stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be your 25-minute mark. Stand by for your 25-minute mark until airtime. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 25 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Congratulations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be your 20-minute mark. Stand by for your 20-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 20 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Congratulations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be your 15-minute mark. Stand by for your 15-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, 15 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be your 10-minute mark. Stand by for your 10-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 10 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Once again, stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be your 5-minute mark. After your 5-minute mark, we will count down every 60 seconds until 30 seconds until airtime when the network will go silent. Stand by for your 5-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up will be your 4-minute mark. Stand by for your 4-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 4 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. This is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up will be your 3-minute mark. Stand by for your 3-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 3 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. This is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be the 2-minute mark. Stand by for your 2-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 2 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up on the 1-minute mark until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stand by for your 1-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 1 minute till airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, stations, your countdown until airtime will be your 30-second mark when the network will go silent. Stand by for your final 30-second mark until airtime. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 30 seconds until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
is an exclusive presentation of the LSU Sports Radio Network. It's football time in Louisiana. Today, your Fighting Tigers make their 53rd bowl appearance as they take on the Purdue Boilermakers in the Citrus Bowl. Time to start 2023 with a bang in Orlando. From the LSU Sports Radio Network, this is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka.
15-10, buckle up, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown Tigers!
Live coverage of LSU Fighting Tiger football, brought to you by the 7 partners that represent Team LSU. Cox, the official communications provider of LSU Athletics. McDonald's, official sponsor of the LSU Tigers. Our Lady of the Lake, official healthcare provider of LSU Athletics. Albertsons, the official grocery partner of LSU Athletics. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of the LSU Tigers. People's Health, the official health plan of LSU Athletics. And by Coca-Cola, official beverage partner of the LSU Tigers.
Give me the sign! Give me the sign! Touchdown Tigers!
LSU Game Day and the roar of LSU Fighting Tiger football lives here on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Inside the Capital One Studios on the campus of LSU, along with former Tigers Brandon Taylor and Marlon Favorite, here is your host, Hunt Palmer.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and Happy Game Day, Tiger fans. This is Fighting Tiger Football. You're listening to the LSU Sports Radio Network. Hey, everybody, I'm Hunt Palmer, your host for LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Today, we close out the first season of the Brian Kelly era. LSU looks to win game number 10 in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl in Orlando, and we've got 90 minutes to get you ready for it. We'll preview this game between LSU and Purdue, get your scores from around bowl season thus far, our keys to the victory for LSU. We'll hear from LSU defensive coordinator Matt House, as well as LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, who has decided he's going to play in this game and come back for another go next year in Baton Rouge. Sam King covers Purdue for the Journal and Courier. He will jump aboard from the press box over in Orlando. We'll get you a weather report and everything else. We got a lot to get to. Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite, going to join me when we come back. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives, and it's right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Leading you up to kickoff of the Citrus Bowl in Orlando. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Happy New Year, everybody. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you from the Capital One Studios right here just outside Tiger Stadium. LSU and Purdue in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl coming up in just over 2 hours. Guys, we're getting you ready for it. Happy New Year. How we doing, Fav?
Happy New Year's, man. I'm feeling pretty good, brother. Happy to see another year's blessing. I'm looking forward to this game today. 10 wins, that would be huge, right?
Did you get some black-eyed peas and some cabbage yesterday? Good luck and good fortune?
I got some cabbage. I don't do the black-eyed peas, though.
Well, you're not going to have any good luck.
Well, the cabbage give me good luck. It's green, you know.
That's going to get you the cash. That's what you need.
Hello, somebody. It was. I can't do the black-eyed peas. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I had something that tastes like red beans once before, but I don't know. I just can't do it.
BT, you go hunting over the break?
Oh, yes, indeed. Kill me an 8-point over the break.
Okay.
You know, we hunt maturity over here. We don't kill them little dogs.
Can an 8-point feed your entire family? There's like 400 of y'all.
Negative. We got to kill at least, we probably have to kill at least 6-7 deer a year. Feed the family, man.
All right, we got some football to play. I know it's a little bit of a different era than it was when y'all played. Bowl games were a huge deal back when y'all played, and it feels like with the transfer portal and with people opting out, they don't quite have the same luster they once did. You see a lot of teams playing without coaches, a lot of teams playing without quarterbacks. LSU's going to play one of those today. What were bowls like for y'all?
That was our vacation. Like, because you guys understand, like you don't have much time off when you're a college athlete, and that was your vacation. Like, we wanted to go to New Orleans. No. We wanted to go to like the furthest place away just to go see and do stuff. I remember going to the Capital One Bowl in Orlando. Lost my wallet on the roller coaster. Then playing in the monsoon out there in the swamp. But back then you got good bowl gifts. I remember the Chick-fil-A game. My freshman year, senior year. Yeah. We ate Chick-fil-A breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 7 days straight.
No, I couldn't do it, bro.
It took me until 2013 to eat Chick-fil-A again.
For real?
Like 5 years. I wouldn't touch it. I would throw up if I smelled it.
But back then, the bread was different back then. It was kind of dry. Like right now, the bread's better, but it was super dry. I remember Hester, he got them big mid hands. He had like 5 of them in his hand at one time. Faith, these are really good, man. I'm like, Hester, you tripping, man. That thing is dry. But the regular lunch sandwiches was hitting, though. But the breakfast ones used to be dry. I never forget that.
I'm sure the listeners can tell that we've got this show right on script. I know we're going to get right into Chick-fil-A here. It's morning. We usually do this in the afternoon. What would 10 wins mean for this team, Fave?
It'll be success. You look at Coach Miles' first year, 10 wins. It's always, you look around in the NFL as well. If a team has 10 wins, they're more than likely in the playoffs. So 10 wins, it sounds good. And given the condition that Coach Kelly came in with, the team he took, the key pieces he had to bring in, the games he had to overcome, the beginning stage of the season for him. Like, we started this thing off Florida State. We know it was going to be Florida State and New Orleans. Come on now. That show was lit too. Shouts out to, what was that, Manning's. And what I remember about that game after was, oh, man, it's going to suck, but we'd be lucky if we get 7 wins. And for him and his staff to turn that around and be in this game today, could win 10 wins, it speaks volumes about the effort of this coaching staff and these players the first year.
BT, Hester and I worked together during the week, and we disagree on this a little bit. I'll get your take on it. I got a feeling I know which side you're going to be on. But he believes very firmly that if you win a bowl game, that's a momentum boost for your program going into the offseason. It can bring some momentum. If you lose it, it just takes away. I don't necessarily tend to agree that what they do in this game against Purdue matters when they take the field against Florida State. I do think that it'd be nice not to lose your last 3 games. But I mean, what do you think about what a bowl win can do for a football program?
I see where you saying it from, but where Hester's saying it from is going into the fourth quarter program in the off season, bro. I done been in it, and is losing to Penn State and then going in the fourth quarter is cold. You got to be on the field dressed and ready at 4:15 in the morning on the line. It's just miserable, man, and just coming off a loss and then knowing you got the coaches picking on y'all. We got these new recruits coming in. Y'all lost the last game. He gonna take your spot. And it's like a lot of animosity in there. Like they trying to get under these skin, going into that off-season workout program, bringing these new freshmen in, new class. It brings a lot of a boost and motivation, just knowing that you can get to a 10-win season off of something that you lost your first game of the year, and it was like, oh man, I don't know how this is gonna go. And just coming off of what you did last year, I know the guys would appreciate. I mean, you got a head wide receiver playing quarterback, and at that point,
remember that
you want to take them. You want to get as many wins as you can at that point, and winning this bowl game would be big for them.
I agree with you. You look at recruiting going into it on a high note. You want to get you had your early signing day out of the way. You still have the February recruiting date. You want to be sure that you leave on a win because that helps. Hey, you see, we just won our bowl game. You see, our team's heading in the right direction. When you lose it, it hurts recruiting a little bit, but it does, to Brandon's point, it makes the offseason training that harder, right? Because, y'all just lost. We got to get we're not what we need to be as a team. You do want to bring the hard work and energy into the next season, but it's just at a higher level, and it feels it's more refreshing, and you catapult to the next season much better.
Getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit is another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions ever. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One, NA member FDIC. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you. Get you ready for the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, it's Jan from Toyota, reminding you that Toyotathon is on and here to help make your holidays extra magical. How? Maybe it's driving into Tacoma in search of the perfect hill to sled down. Or surprising loved ones in a RAV4 hybrid.
You made it!
And seeing their faces light up when you pull up to their home.
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 3rd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA member FDIC.
Louisianians know life here is filled with joy, and sometimes a little uncertainty. No matter your stage in life, know that you can rely on the strength of the cross and protection of the shield. Your card opens the door to a large network of top doctors to care for you. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana has been helping Louisianians get care for generations. With the right card and the right care, you can get back to what you love best.
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Brian, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. Our team, made up of more than 100,000 employees from around the world, create chemistry every day that help make our favorite sports possible, like football, basketball, and baseball. Whether you're in the game or in the stands, look around and see BASF in action. From the turf, cup holders, and seats, to players' uniforms and protective gear. Learn more at basf.us/LA. BASF, we create chemistry.
LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives, with live coverage of the Citrus Bowl, continuing on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tiger fans, all LSU Sports Radio Network broadcasts are streamed free on LSUsports.net. To listen live on your phone, download the LSU Sports mobile app. The app is a free download in the iTunes Store or Google Play. Visit LSUsports.net/apps for details. Hunt Palmer and Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you. Hope everybody had a happy new year. LSU and Purdue in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl coming up at noon Central Time. It'll be a 1 o'clock kickoff over in Orlando. We're getting you ready for it right here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives. Guys, got the announcement a couple of weeks ago that Jaden Daniels is going to come back and play his final year of eligibility in Baton Rouge for the Tigers. He will be the starting quarterback in this game. What kind of a jolt does that give LSU to have him back in this game and then to have him as a part of the program moving forward?
I mean, it's a lot. I think it's more, from my standpoint, it's bigger than just him. It's showing these younger guys that, hey, you can have a good year and come back and improve on that. And that's what we need now. We need to have more older veteran guys in the locker room, because that's what Fave comes from. That's what I came from. And that brings success on a team. You got to think 2019 team, the greatest team, probably greatest college football team ever. They had that was an old football team, and they played that way. They played mature, and that's what you want starting Brian Kelly's regime at LSU. And I think it's a big success for Brian Kelly to have guys coming back and wanting to play the senior year.
Sounds like Jaden's healthy. Obviously was not in the Texas A&M game, got banged up there, and then tried to give it a go against Georgia and just it got re-aggravated, and they went to Nussmeier in the second half. But he's healthy and fresh. What does he give LSU today?
He gives them that triple threat. What he does with his feet and the chemistry that he's developed with his receivers over the past couple of games has gotten, well, I won't say couple of hello, when the season, after Tennessee game, I'm going to go ahead and put it there, started to get much better. And then it's when everything breaks down, he can cut on the wheels, constantly keeping that clock going, constantly getting those first downs matter. But Brandon made a really good point about the next year, what it means for him to come back. That is a unicorn move right now. When guys have big time years, they enter the draft. That's what happens. But for him to come back to improve that, here's something I think a lot of players should pay attention to. The NFL scouts are looking at that as well. Mm-hmm. Coming back, that says a lot about this guy's commitment level, and that may actually help your stock, especially nowadays, y'all. Not to kind of get off subject, but this has a lot to do with Jaden. With the NIL deals these guys can get now, what's the big rush to go to the league? So I say all that to say, go back and improve your stock. You're going to come back. You're going to be a preseason All-American. You'll be up for a couple other awards, and you'll have some healthy receivers around you.
LSU should score points today. You've got basically your entire offense outside of Keyshawn Boutte and Jaray Jenkins. Everybody else is back and healthy, essentially. Jack Bash just moved on as well, but he wasn't a high-volume pass catcher on this team. So you've got your offensive line. You've got your quarterback back. Your running back should be as healthy as they've been in a long time. And at wide receiver, you still got really good playmakers with Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. And they've got guys that can go out there and make plays. Kyron Lacey's there as well. So to me, this Purdue defense is not very good. Michigan scored 43 on them in the Big Ten championship game. Wisconsin scored 35 on them. Nebraska scored 37. Penn State scored 35. I think LSU should have very little problem going up and down the field today.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then the exciting thing about this is basically going to be your starting group coming in next year. So these guys, they riding high, and this bunch they played a long season together. They're going into this bowl game where they can go out and just cement their season, and then go into the new year rolling hot and heavy, and just go out there and put up a lot of points. Just go out there and impose your will and blow this team out.
Yeah, Purdue's pass defense is ranked 10th in the Big Ten. They allowed the second most 20-plus yard pass plays of anybody in the Big Ten, so they've been susceptible to big plays. Plus, their number one corner has opted out of this game and is not playing. So, to me, LSU, if they come out focused, ready to play, which some teams do in bowl games, some don't, but if LSU's ready to play, they're significantly in the advantage on offense against this Purdue defense that hasn't been very good. So Jaden Daniels coming back should be a very, very good thing for LSU in this game. Mow, haul, lift, and cut with a powerful Kubota. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the Kubota dealer near you. Still plenty to get to here on LSU Game Day. First, let's go to the SEC Championship game for today's Tiger Rewind.
This is Fighting Tiger Rewind. Auditory highlights from the last time out for LSU Fighting Tiger football. As heard on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
After surprising the college football world with a 9-win regular season and capturing the SEC Western Division, now the opportunity to play for an SEC championship. 14 teams start the season. Eventually it comes down to 2 left standing. So today it's the number 1 ranked and defending national champion Georgia Bulldogs taking on your 14th ranked Fighting Tigers of LSU. First down and 10, Daniels with time. Throws the football. Caught at about the 42-yard line. Keishawn Booty breaking through tackles inside the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 53-yard strike. Booty grabbed it center of the field. Just kept running. Went right through several arm tackles of the Bulldogs. Caught it. Went towards the near sideline, cut it back middle of the field, and then just outran Georgia to the end zone. So now we'll see Ramos come out. Again, we'll try what we're calling a 42-yard attempt. Kicking right to left, just inside the far side hash. Snap is back, placement is down, kick is up, it's on its way, and the kick is good. So at the end of the second quarter, LSU gets 3 points on the board to make their total 10, but they trail Georgia. Bowers, the tight end, to the left of the formation. Washington, the tight end, to the right. Snap back to Bennett, and there's another fumble. It's on the floor, and LSU going to dive on it. It's the turnover the Tigers were looking for. Jaquelin Roy falls on the football, and Georgia, they are human. They make a mistake, turn it over here in the opening drive of the third quarter. Again, looked like a bad mesh point. That time between Bennett and Milton. Second down and 7 at the Georgia 34-yard line. Nussmeier out of Lake Charles, stands in the pocket, throws the football, caught inside the 10, Malik Neighbors. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 34-yard strike. Neighbors, second touchdown of the year, and for Garrett Nussmeier, that's his second passing touchdown. And the Tigers get the turnover, and boom, strike on the Bulldogs. 35-16. First down and 10 from the 27. Gonna unload. Got a man open. Neighbors has it at the 20. Inside the Bulldog 15. Hey now. Nussmeier slinging it around the yard. Going to Neighbors for the big hitter. And the Tigers inside the Capital One red zone. 68-yard completion. Nuss to Neighbors. Second down and 3 for LSU. On the handoff, Williams is free across midfield, down the center of the field, 20, 15, and eventually brought down at the Georgia 11-yard line. Biggest run from scrimmage tonight for LSU, and who else but Josh Williams, a 47-yard ramble. They go big here with Mashburn, Taylor, Cole Taylor, Mason Taylor, and Marcus Dumerville. Again, Kane in the backfield. Going to get the carry, and Kane is into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. LSU determined to get through that defensive front of the Bulldogs. They bring in all the heavies, and Noah Kane able to get through right at that Georgia defense. LSU looks to be going for 2 here as Kane picks up his 8th rushing touchdown of the year. Looking at 4th and 10, again from the Georgia 33. Williams in there to help pass protection. Nussmeier breaks out of an arm tackle, running to his right, throws towards the end zone, wide open, waiting for it. Jeray Jenkins, touchdown, Tigers. Nussmeier extends the play, breaks an arm tackle, and finds Jeray Jenkins from 33 yards out. 6th touchdown of the year for Jenkins. And the Tigers find some more points. It's 50-29, and that'll do it. Georgia gives Kirby Smart his 2nd SEC championship with a dominating performance here today. Georgia 50, LSU 30. Bulldogs remain unbeaten. They avoid stumbling as they did a year ago in this very game to Alabama, a team they would eventually beat in the college football playoff championship game. But the Bulldogs remain unbeaten and will be the number 1 seed in the 2022 college football playoff. Final seconds roll off. Horn sounds. This one's in the books. Tigers Tigers come up short to number 1 Georgia. Final score, Georgia 50, LSU 30.
That was a Fighting Tiger Rewind. LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, continues after this quick break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown!
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
The official pregame show of LSU Fighting Tiger football.
He'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Tigers!
Back on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now to go around the Southeastern Conference. Around the SEC. Proudly presented to you by Louisiana Travel. Feed your soul on a one-of-a-kind road trip in Louisiana. Visit LouisianaIsATrip.com today.
Let's take you around the Southeastern Conference. Bowl action started back on December the 17th. Year one of the Billy Napier era in Gainesville. Ended with a thud. Oregon State 30, Florida 3 in the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. Back on December the 23rd, Wake Forest beat Missouri 27-17 in the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl. Some of these bowl names are something else. Back on the 28th, Arkansas and Kansas played a classic in the Liberty Bowl. Arkansas got way up. Kansas came all the way back, forced overtime, and in triple overtime, Sam Pittman's Hogs 55, Kansas 53 over in the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Texas Tech smoked Ole Miss 42-25. Rebs lose 4 of 5 down the stretch after starting undefeated when they came to Baton Rouge. That was over in the Tax Act Texas Bowl. That's a mouthful. Notre Dame beat South Carolina 45-38 on December the 30th over in the TaxSlayer Gator Bowl. Tennessee smoked Clemson in the Orange Bowl. Very nice close to the season for Josh Heupel's team after kind of a disappointing finish to the year. Tennessee 31, Clemson 14 over in the Orange Bowl. Alabama beat Kansas State 45-20 in the All-State Sugar Bowl on New Year's Eve. Iowa 21, Kentucky 0 in the Music City Bowl. And Georgia advanced to the national championship game, beating Ohio State in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl 42-41. They will take on TCU Monday the 9th for the national championship. And then one more action today. opposite LSU. It'll be Mississippi State and Illinois in the ReliaQuest Bowl. Certainly an emotional game for Mississippi State, as they will wear some helmets with a pirate flag on them for Mike Leach, who suddenly passed away last month. So that's your trip around the Southeastern Conference. Our Lady of the Lake is proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are champions for Louisiana. Together we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you. Come back with more LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time, strong.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply. When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Train. Plus, right now, Train is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Train.com to find a local Train dealer today. It's hard to stop a train. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
Back with more on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives. From the Capital One studio, here again are Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite, and Hunt Palmer.
Back here in the Capital One studio, getting you ready for LSU and Purdue in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Right now on College Game Day, the crew is chatting with Drew Brees, Saints legend, who is on the sideline for Purdue today. And there's some other action. For all that action and the score, and get you ready for it, I guess, here is Brian Haldane.
From the other side of the Capital One studios, time for your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard, presented for the people by Caesars. So LSU will not be the first game of the day. That will be 22nd ranked Mississippi State, as you heard Hunt talk about in our last segment, taking on Illinois. Kicking off at the same time as us over on ESPN, you're going to find 16th ranked Tulane versus number 10 USC. That would be in the Cotton Bowl, the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. 4 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be Penn State taking on Utah. That is the Rose Bowl. And that actually is going to wrap up today's scoreboard as far as bowl games that are being played within the top 25. Stepping outside of the top 25, it's actually the exact same. So that's your rundown of today's games. Before we get you to break, let's throw things down to LSU's locker room, where Gordy Rush has quarterback Jaden Daniels.
For the game with Jaden Daniels, Jaden, first off, I know from behalf of all Tiger fans, so excited you're coming back for another year.
I know for sure. I'm excited to be back, to go out there and accomplish new goals that we have set for next season.
But first, go out there and try to get our test win against Purdue.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the week that's been here in Orlando. Nice bowl destination playing the Dew. How are you and the Tigers? How have y'all enjoyed the week?
We enjoyed the week a lot. We out here, back in the heat a little bit. So, they got a couple people at first, but, be able to go out there and sightsee Universal Studios, Orlando Magic game, talk golf. So go out there and be able to enjoy ourselves. But, know that we come out for a reason and accomplishing one goal.
Yeah, after bounce back from the SEC championship, getting back to 100%, now had a chance to see some bowl practice. I know you're excited to be back at full strength.
I'm 100% excited. It sucks not being able to go out there and be 100%, but, it comes with the game of football. You're not going to be 100% all year long. So, I'm happy to be back, ready to go out there and compete with my brothers.
Okay, you've seen a little bit about the Purdue Boilermakers. Obviously, we got some new coaching staff, some players not playing. What are you expecting out of Purdue today?
I expect them, be in the right position. They are never out of position. Fundamental defense, they tackle well. Sound guys up front. So I expect them to come out there and, give us their A game. So, we're going to have to go out there and, execute at a high level.
Excellent. Well, enjoy yourself today. It is the Citrus Bowl here in Orlando. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now for your game day forecast.
Now here's the weather.
From inside the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Time to get a look at that forecast. In Orlando, Florida, right now, they're under sunny skies. In Orlando, Florida, right now, they're on their way to 81 degrees. As we get closer to kickoff, it's going to be, scrolling back. As we get closer to kickoff, what we're looking at for today's game is about 77, 78 degrees at kickoff, up to 80 by roughly the time the game is over with, and then scaling back into the mid-70s throughout the late afternoon. I'm not showing any real wind involved. About a 7 to 8 mile per hour breeze throughout the game. No cloud cover at all as well. So right now we're at 77 degrees in Orlando. Bringing it back home, if you're entertaining on the home front, well, you might have a couple of clouds, but it's basically the exact same forecast. If you're having people over for the game, look for a high of 81 degrees, and right now we're at 74 in Baton Rouge. Going to take a quick break, come back. Hunt, Marlon, and Brandon have more right after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
2023 is a great year to be a People's Health member. There are no premiums and no deductibles. Expanded network of doctors, specialists, dentists, and vision providers. Enhanced dental benefits, including $0 for fillings, extractions, and dentures. With the flexibility to see dentists out of network. Plus, now use your OTC benefit to shop in-store at more than 55,000 national retailers. Call People's Health. 1-855-821-2666.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
Hey, Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU athletics. Go Tigers!
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
We continue with more LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives, Citrus Bowl edition on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Once again, from the Capital One studio, here are Brandon, Marlon, and Hunt.
We're counting down to kickoff here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives. LSU and Purdue in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl over in Orlando. We'll be with you for another 50 minutes or so before we throw it to the broadcast team of Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, and the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. On Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you. Hey, let's talk about your boys. Got a little defensive issue up front for LSU in this game. We know that there have been some opt-outs along the defensive line. Ali Gay and B.J. Ojolari on the end. DeQuell Roy in the interior will not play. Of course, you couple that with Mason Smith, who went down in the first quarter of the season. And you've got a defensive line that doesn't have a single starter from the Florida State game in there. The numbers are pretty slim in terms of depth, but you do have some talent on the defensive front. How important are those guys going to be in this game, Fave?
They're going to be huge. Last week I spoke with Tank Guillory, to our listeners, Jacobian Guillory, and he was just telling me about how the team is just adapting, adjusting to that, to up front, and you'll see guys like Fitzgerald West might get a few snaps on that side, who played in the offensive line this year. You're going to see a lot more of Savion Jones. I think he's someone that gave us a lot of flashes this year in terms of potentially the next big SEC defensive end out of LSU. And being unique with Mike Jones on the edge, you'll see a little jack look here and there, but it's going to be a huge game interior from a coaching standpoint for Purdue. It looks like the weak spot is in inside. You have Roy out in the draft. You have Wingo out the draft. So it's important that these guys, hey, this is our start. And I remember this with me and Glenn and Tyson and all of us. It was Claude Roten, Kyle Williams, Melvin Oliver. And the year before you had Marcus Spears. Well, all of those guys went to the league, and it was our turn to be up next. So this is these guys' opportunity to show what they can do for next season as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big game for Mekhi Wingo and Jacobian Guillory. Those are probably going to be your two guys that play a ton in the middle, and then on the edges, you're going to have some guys play that haven't played a ton this year. You mentioned Savion Jones, Xavier Carter as well. Quincy Wiggins is the beneficiary of the new redshirt rule that the bowl games don't apply, so he can play in his 5th game and still keep that redshirt year. You're going to see those guys play a ton. There's not a lot of depth, though, behind them. So you're going to have to either see guys like Fitzgerald West move sides of the ball, maybe Bryce Langston, who hasn't really played at all this year. Those guys may have to give you some snaps against this Purdue team. I'm interested to see how Purdue calls this game because their identity of this Purdue football program under Jeff Brom has been a very high-octane passing attack. They are a pass-first team. Nobody in the Big Ten threw it more times than Purdue this year. They are a team that finished 2nd in the Big Ten in passing yards and 11th in the Big Ten in rushing yards. They are a pass-first team. However, you don't have Aiden O'Connell, your all-time leading passer outside of Drew Brees. You don't have Charlie Jones, who led the nation in receiving yards this year. He's opted out. You don't have Payne Durham, your starting tight end, who was your 2nd leading pass catcher on this team. So that's the nucleus of your passing attack. You do have Devin Mockabee back at running back, who has earned a scholarship, was a walk-on guy, but he's going to go over 1,000 yards in this game very likely. So I wonder if Purdue, that's been a passing team all year long, doesn't rely more on the run game because LSU doesn't have its starters on the defensive front.
Yeah, that's it. I do think they will try that. And another guy I forgot to mention, I didn't talk to him, but Ty G. Hill from Etna Carr. Yeah. He's someone who didn't play this year. We may see him in this game as well. But I do think Purdue do try to do a bit of zone cutback, try to get some lead up the middle to see if they can get something going there. But, man, Hunch, you said it. They do try the passing game. I see some turnovers happening in the air.
BT, do you think Purdue kind of changes who they are because they don't have the players that got them here? I mean, do they become a running team today because LSU's weak up front? Perceived to be weak up front?
I do see them becoming more of a heavy run team and trying to throw in trick plays wherever they can get it. Special teams, especially.
Yeah.
No pun intended, because LSU has been suspect on special teams this year. So I can see a few fake punts, which shout out to Georgia with that timeout right before, because a hell of a coaching job by them. But I do see them trying to throw us off our game and with the heavy run game and some trick plays.
LSU's secondary is pretty well intact. Jark Bernard Converse is going to play in this game. Mekhi Garner will not, but you've got some other options out at corner. Your safeties, Major Burns is back, and Jay Ward's going to play in this game. So LSU would seem to match up pretty well against Purdue, being that their top 2 pass catchers are out of the game.
Oh, yes, indeed. This would be a game where we can blanket their offense, especially on the back end, and focus in on the run, because we do have veteran guys back there in the backfield that can play high-level football and create turnovers, and that's what we need to do today to come out here and get this victory.
I mentioned Aiden O'Connell, the quarterback, will not play. Very likely Austin Burton will be the starting quarterback for Purdue. We'll ask Sam King about that coming up here in 15 minutes as he will join us from Orlando. But Austin Burton is a 6th-year player. He was in the same signing class as Justin Jefferson and Miles Brennan. He's been in college for a long time. He was over at UCLA, has now made the move over to Purdue. He's only started 2 games in his career. One of them was early this year when O'Connell was held out. He's an older player. He's an okay runner as an athlete. He's got a nice enough arm, but they're limited with the weapons they've got on the outside. You're going to play a quarterback that doesn't have very much experience playing. He's been in college for a long time, but what's the key for LSU to upset Austin Burton's momentum today?
I will blitz the dog crap out of him. I will have him confused. If he can run, I'm going to make him run, because I'm have send some dogs after him, and that's where OG Harold Perkins comes in.
Big time,
because if he's an okay passer, I see them utilizing them just like Arkansas used their backup quarterback against us this year, and trying to get him on the outside and get him in the rushing attack.
Dave, why do you think LSU got run on so well against Texas A&M and Georgia?
I think it's because of depth. I don't think we had enough bodies to rotate up front to sustain and run the entire game. Eventually, they're going to run enough dive, they're going to run enough option, and they're going to combo block, and they're going to double team on Jaquil, and they're going to double team on Mekhi. We saw that in that Texas A&M game. With depth, you have an opportunity after, let's say, 8 or 9 plays to rotate a fresh group and that can play at that level. So I think that's where we fell short against Texas A&M. So, but look at the Georgia game. I thought at some points we did pretty well on the run game at certain parts of the game. I mean, we lost, but it improved a little bit in that game.
It's going to be a big game for the linebackers. Obviously, you've got Baskerville back, you've got Penn, you've got Jones, you've got Perkins, you've got Weeks. They've got numbers at linebacker as well. You've got depth at linebacker and corner and safety. You just don't have it in the front. So the guys up front are going to have to play a lot of snaps, and they're going to have to play better than they have really all year in the case of guys that really haven't played at all. So it's just, to me, that is a huge piece of this game. It's time every single week that we go ahead and give you our keys to victory. So, Big Fave, why don't you start us off with your key to victory?
Well, I mean, how I started the year off, I'll finish it. We have to be stout up front. If Purdue has a shot, it is in the run game, controlling the clock, getting first downs, and doing basically what Texas A&M did for us. So we have to be gap sound, play with good hands, good technique, and don't get driven off the ball.
Key to the game, BT?
My key to the game is to play LSU football. Don't play Purdue football, because we've had the tendency of playing down to teams that we knew we should have beat this year, and that's why we're not in the college playoff right now. So we just got to go out there and play LSU football, tackle well, create turnovers, get the ball to our playmakers, and play good special teams.
To me, this one is pretty straightforward. This is LSU's front against the run game. If you keep Purdue in 3rd and 8, you're going to be in good shape, because LSU does have some pass rushers available, and the way that the matchups are going to shake out on the outside, with LSU having most of its guys and Purdue not having its guys, Purdue's not going to have a ton of success, I don't think, converting on those plays with a backup quarterback. So if Purdue stays in 3rd and 1 or 2 like Texas A&M did all night long, well, then they're going to have some success. If they don't, I think LSU is going to be tough to move the football on for a team that's playing without its head coach who calls its plays and without its main weapons on offense. So to me, it's the guys up front are going to be the key in this game for LSU. And if they play well and slow that Purdue run game down, I just don't think the Boilermakers have a secondary pitch, so to say. It's Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, and Marlon Favorite with you here, getting you ready for LSU and Purdue in the Citrus Bowl. I want to remind you, LSU fans, StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tigers game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. Sam King covers Purdue for the newspaper up there in West Lafayette. He's going to join us after this timeout. But first, let's go to Orlando, and we'll have Gordy Rush with Mekhi Wingo.
All right, Gordy Rush before the football game here with the defensive lineman Mekhi Wingo. Congratulations coming over here from Missouri. Fantastic year, and get to end the season with a fun time in Orlando. How's bowl week been?
I appreciate it. And, it's been great just being able to hang out with our teammates and just, we've been grinding all year long, just going at it on the field. So it's good to just get out and just relax and hang with them a bit, but also coming back to practice and having the focus that we need to, prepare for a successful game. So, it's been great.
All right, your role this afternoon, you're the leader on that defensive front. As some guys have moved on, they're not here today, so you're going to be leading the young guys. How important a role is that for you?
We got a lot of new guys playing. That's going to get some more playing time this week. So, but I trust every guy that we bring on the field. Just for example, a guy like Savion Jones, he may not have started this year, but he has 4 sacks on the year. So he's more than capable of coming out there and getting the job done. And a guy like Quincy, he's been focusing in real well in practice this week and just taking the coaching and taking it day by day, getting better. So I'm just going to go out there, try my hardest to play good right next to them, and just go out there and help the team win.
A tremendous challenge. Purdue, they're missing some folks, but this has traditionally been a really good offensive football team.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
No, that's not me. I did it. So Purdue, today's opponent, they're missing some key elements, quarterback, receiver, tight end, but traditionally this has been a really good offensive football team. Good challenge today.
Right, definitely, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to us, our technique, playing, LSU football, and just focusing in and just taking care of the small details and just locking in. It's going to come down to us.
All right, best of luck this afternoon against Purdue.
Appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff, the attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Kickoff is coming up soon. Let's learn more about the Tigers' opponent with Tiger Recon on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We are just over an hour from kickoff. Countdown to kickoff delivered by ASAP. ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. We're going to head to Orlando and chat with Sam King of the Journal and Courier. That's where he covers Purdue. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Hunt Palmer with you from the Capital One Studios here in Baton Rouge. And we're going to head to Orlando. Sam King of the Journal and Courier covers Purdue. Happy New Year, Sam. Thanks for the time. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very, very well. I've seen your Twitter bio. It says baseball park enthusiast. What's your top stadium?
Well, I would say probably Boston from a historical perspective. So just kind of the area around that is probably more intriguing than the actual ballpark, but it is a beautiful park.
I gotta get to Fenway. I'm a big Cubs fan, so Wrigley's once every 2 years so trip. But I gotta get up to Boston and see a Red Sox game. All right, Purdue and LSU in the Citrus Bowl. We know there are a lot of storylines circulating around this one. What is the vibe around Purdue? They're in the middle of a coaching change. You got some opt-outs. Drew Brees is on the sideline. Overall, what's the vibe around Purdue football right now?
I was just walking down on the field as Purdue was going through its warm-ups, and they look pretty loose. Coach Walters, who's the next coach, he's not coaching today, but he's here, and all the guys kind of feel that. So I feel like they were all going up, talking to him. Obviously, Drew Brees being around the team does not hurt you. And then I think they have a lot of confidence in Austin Burton, even though he is not the traditional starting quarterback. He is starting this game, and he's had a month to prepare. And he's just a guy that I don't think is going to be fazed by the moment because he's kind of grown up around it. His father is a sports personality in Boston. Doug Flutie's here on the sideline also because he's friends with the family, and he's rooting on Austin, and he's also a friend of Drew Brees. So the kid has been around football his whole life. Grew up going and standing on the field with Tom Brady warming up. So I think that he's going to be ready for this challenge.
Do you think that the offense looks the same as it did with Aiden O'Connell taking snaps as it does with Austin Burton? Do they have to tailor things a little different way?
Well, I think that there's a couple things. First, Austin Burton is a little bit more mobile than Aiden O'Connell, who basically was a drop back, stand in the pocket type of quarterback. Austin has the ability to scramble and make some plays with his feet. The biggest thing is no Charlie Jones and no Payne Durham, because that was the top 2 receiving targets and sometimes the only 2 receiving targets throughout a major part of this season. So other guys are going to have to step up in the receiving game for Purdue to be able to move the ball consistently against LSU.
LSU's defensive front very depleted due to opt-outs. Devin Maccabee's had a really good year as a running back for Purdue. Do you think they lean a little bit more on the ground game than they have this year?
I would say that if they can establish the run game, that would be huge. Maccabee is a kid that's nearing 1,000 yards, and that's a very rare feat at Purdue. I think only 7 guys in the history of Purdue football have rushed for 1,000 yards in a season. So he's definitely a little shifty. I think he kind of became the running back by accident through injuries, and he was a walk-on freshman, and they threw him out there, and he impressed about week 5 on, and just kind of kept getting more and more confidence as the season grew. And now he's a guy that's, feels like every time he goes out there he has an opportunity to make a name for himself. So I would not be surprised if they try to establish that early. The thing is, and I know that LSU is thin on the defensive front, Purdue's offensive line does not have a lot of depth. So, if you have to rotate guys there or if somebody gets hurt, Purdue's going to be in real trouble.
Sam King joining us from Orlando. He covers Purdue for the Journal and Courier. We'll take a time out, come back and talk about this Purdue defense next. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit lsumkc.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger Athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
Learning more about the team across the field. Tiger Recon continues on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We are now an hour to kick between LSU and Purdue over in Orlando. Chatting with Sam King of the Journal and Courier. He is in the press box inside the stadium. Set the scene for us there, Sam. Is there any kind of crowd filing in?
Well, people are starting to file in. I was, as I was walking through the concourse, I think more people right now are staying in the shade until probably closer to game time. But there's a healthy contingent of people starting to file in for sure.
Understandable. Tell us about this Purdue defense. I know they'll be playing without one of their top corners.
Yeah, so the leaders of this defense are Corey Trice and Jalen Graham, and both of those players are opting out to try their hand at the upcoming NFL draft. So that's a huge hit, especially when you consider a dual threat quarterback that I think was probably going to give Purdue fits anyway, and now you're going to have a couple of guys that aren't as experienced out there trying to deal with that. And, not a lot of people have had success against Jaden Daniels this year. I know that Mark Hagan, who's going to be calling the defense for this game, said if you can get to him, he's prone to taking some sacks sometimes, but he's very slippery, and it's very concerning for them how they're going to take him down and try to limit him running the ball as well as obviously throwing the ball.
Well, where's the strength of this Purdue defense as it's constituted today?
Well, the defensive line pretty much is all opting out, or going in the transfer portal, but those guys are here and they're going to play. So for most of them, probably their last game as a Boilermaker, and I think that's probably the strength of this team based on who's here, who's playing. You've got a lot of experience there, redshirt seniors, redshirt juniors. You got Branson Dean, who's not starting according to the depth chart, but is another guy that's been here for 5 years, and he's in the transfer portal, and he's going to play today. So I think that that's where it's going to come down to is the trenches, and Purdue's defensive line has to be able to get in the backfield and get those 0-yard, 1-yard runs, and also put some pressure on the quarterback.
Coaching changes are really tough this time of year. We saw it in Baton Rouge last year, and we saw the product that was on the field in the Texas Bowl just a month later. Motivation for Purdue today with a lot of coaches who will be moving on, a lot of players will be moving on. What do you think for these 3 hours?
Well, this is the last game that this group's going to play together, and there's a lot of guys who have come in here and helped. When Jeff Brom took over Purdue, it was probably one of the worst for sure, Power 5 football programs in the country. And now here it is. They played in the Big Ten championship game this season. 9 wins last year, won the Music City Bowl, currently sitting at 8 wins, playing in the Citrus Bowl. So this group really had a lot to do with that turnaround, and I think that that's kind of the motivation is, hey, we got a chance to go out and kind of leave a legacy and say that we turned Purdue football around before we left.
Sam King of the Journal and Courier chatting with us here from the stadium over in Orlando. Sam, thanks so much for your time. Happy New Year and safe travels back to West Lafayette.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
That is Sam King of the Journal and Courier checking in from inside the stadium. Listen up, folks. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50 and win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you from the Capital One Studios. We'll take a time out and come back with more. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Happy New Year, everybody. Hope your 2023 is off to a good start. Tigers trying to begin this year, close out the football season with a bang in the Citrus Bowl. Coming up in just under an hour from Orlando, Florida. We're with you for another 20 minutes or so. You're going to hear from LSU defensive coordinator Matt House a little bit later. But first, let's go inside the mind of the Tigers.
Time to go inside the mind of the Tigers.
Defensive lineman Mekhi Wingo talks about the young players stepping up today.
We got a lot of new guys playing. Is going to get some more playing time this week. So, but I trust every guy that we bring on the field. Just for example, a guy like Savion Jones, he may not have started this year, but he has 4 sacks on the year. So he's more than capable of coming out there and getting the job done. And a guy like Quincy, he's been focusing in real well in practice this week and just taking the coaching and taking it day by day, getting better.
Quarterback Jaden Daniels talks about being healthy and ready to play.
I'm 100% excited. It sucks not being able to go out there and be 100%, but it comes with the game of football. You're not going to be 100% all year long. So I'm happy to be back, ready to go out there and compete with my brothers.
The mind of the Tigers. The guys will be back with more right after this quick break on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk-On's Family and Friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Are you a homeowner looking to keep your home cool while saving money? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who wants to offer customers more efficient, more consistent home comfort. Luxair is the name to know for unmistakably efficient and reliable home cooling, and great business building programs for contractors too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit SolarSupplyLuxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
We're Dudley DeBosier. As an official partner of LSU Athletics, we love being back here on campus.
It's where we began our journey as lawyers.
And it keeps us connected to the community we pledged to serve.
This place has made a difference in so many lives across the state.
And it inspires us to do the same.
We're a law firm that cares about this community.
And that's the Dudley DeBosier difference.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112230.
Built upon a solid foundation of cast iron and steel, the Kubota LO1 series is part of our tractor lineup, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. They feature powerful Kubota diesel engines and easy operation. The durable Kubota LO1 series. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Take 2 parts Tigers superstars 1 part superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Now visiting with defensive coordinator Coach House. And Coach, always bowl seasons always make interesting matchups, and a lot of factors around Purdue make this even more interesting. Let's start the quarterback position. You're going to see a different look Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, we will. Now, the guy's still got arm talent. He runs the ball well. Fortunately, we were able to watch him against Florida Atlantic where he got a start. But the reality is it's going to be more about what we do and how we execute and how we play.
Let's talk a little bit defensive line. Obviously, you had some fantastic players that are moving on to the NFL draft. So you got some new faces, some people that have played some good minutes for you. What can we expect on the defensive front?
Yeah, I think you can expect us to play to the same standard. We're excited about watching Jacobian get some more snaps. Obviously, Makai's been terrific for us all year, and Savion's been solid. So excited to see those guys play, and then you get to trickle in some new guys, So it'll be fun.
Yeah, it should be fun indeed. Let's talk about Harold, who's been fantastic for you. And now BJ not here, a chance maybe to play both positions today.
Yeah, the reality is it's an opportunity for Harold and an opportunity for other guys. Mike Jones will have an opportunity to step up today.
Yeah, finally on the back end for you, your safeties have played huge this season. You get Major back. He's healthy. Let's talk about the role they played this season for you.
Yeah, I think they've just been, the constant leaders and they're great in communication and improved throughout the year.
All right, Coach. Best of luck this afternoon here in Orlando.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Pre-game coverage of LSU Fighting Tiger football from the Citrus Bowl in Orlando continues. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Getting closer to kickoff over in Orlando. It'll be Purdue and LSU in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. We're getting you ready for it here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite with you. 10 wins. That's what LSU is shooting for today as they take on Purdue. We just got word from over in Orlando that Josh Williams not going to be available in this game. He is injured and not going to play. So Your depth at running back still not great because Armani Goodwin has been out for a significant portion of the season. So really, at this point, you're looking at John Emery and Noah Cain to have big days.
Yeah, you're going to see a bit of you're going to see a bit of John Emery. The way we've seen him throughout the year, right? I think we're going to see him catching it out the backfield, using them as extra protection to block. And Noah, we see him a lot in special teams, right? I think we're going to get a bit of Noah just being not only that secondary back, but just being able to, what we're used to seeing out of LSU, a powerful backfield going tit for tat with the next team.
Oh, yes, indeed. Those two big guys that can move and run downhill, one-cut guys get downhill, and just get to see just two older guys that's been in college football a while and just get to see how they run. And they get a big opportunity because they've been kind of taking the back seat to Josh Williams this year, who's broke out and had a great season, but these guys get to redeem themselves.
How much stock do you put into the statistics that LSU piled up against Georgia? We understand that they got down by 4 scores in the first half, and they were throwing it all over the place, and they ended up throwing for 500 yards in that game. So do you think it was kind of garbage time? Do you think maybe Georgia took their foot off the gas, or do you think LSU found something in the passing game?
I think LSU found something in their passing game. We've seen this team, I don't want to say try different offensive schemes throughout the year, but I'll say try to find the right fit for Jaden Daniels and this new receiving crew. I think if we look at it from a college football perspective, this young man has only been in this program a few months. So looking to next year, that's the beautiful thing is the spring, like B mentioned, the 4-quarter program, spring, and all the development. But what we saw in that second half was an LSU team that has 2 SEC starting quarterbacks just letting it fly. We got the receivers for it, and that's one thing throughout the year we saw in Jaden Daniels hunt and B. He didn't really like to throw the 50-50 balls a lot. That's why he ran a lot, because the guys wasn't clearly open. Nussmeier came in there and he was throwing more 50-50 balls. So I do think this offense opened up and it's a lot more electrifying because these guys the receivers show you what they can do in the 50-50 ball.
I mean, not that, fans know everything. I certainly don't. But I think the main frustration with a lot of fans and sometimes Brian Kelly in press conferences said that the ball didn't come out quickly enough. It's just a little bit overly cautious at times. But I thought in the game against Georgia, because Georgia's pass rush is so good, because LSU's got freshmen on the offensive line, he was decisive and got the ball out. I thought he played pretty well in the first half. The interception off Besh's helmet. What are you going to do about that?
Nah.
But I thought he played pretty well.
Oh, yes, indeed. And I hope he gets it, that he needs to understand that getting the ball out on time creates longevity for you as a quarterback in this league, college football, and in the next league. Because if you don't get out on time, you're getting hit, and you're getting hit pretty freaking hard, and that's what defenses feed off of. I would love to play against a guy that don't throw it on time. That's ching-ching going to the bank. So I think that he's going to learn from that. And when you come out and see the performance that Nussmeier had in the second half, when you do get the ball out on time, that lets you know, okay, if I don't do this, I'm putting my position in jeopardy and my starting position in jeopardy, and I'm seeing that I played my best ball after I sat on the sideline my junior year after getting hurt, coming back that season, because I seen it from a different standpoint, and I got to soak it in and live in the moment and be like, okay, if I don't tighten up, I got Eric Reed, Craig Lawson, I got a bunch of young guys behind me that will get it done. So it makes you step the game up to another level.
I hope the offense is humming today. There's no reason that it shouldn't be. Purdue's defense is not great, and they're missing their 2 team captains in this game. So I would expect LSU to move the football. They certainly should in this game. We'll come back one more time, wrap things up before we go to Orlando for LSU and Purdue. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives, and it's right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Mow, dig, haul, lift. The versatile Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor does it all. Switching attachments is simple, and a smooth hydrostatic transmission makes for easy operation. The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives, with live coverage of the Citrus Bowl on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Now it's time to look at today's Built Ford Tough Series history, brought to you by your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. Let the good times roll. First ever meeting between LSU and Purdue. Of course, one extraordinary transfer once upon a time from Purdue to LSU. No, not Danny Etling that you're thinking of. Gordy Rush, former Boilermaker and Tiger. It's the Gordy Bowl down there in Orlando. We're going to go over to Orlando here very shortly, but one more time with the guys here from the Capital One Studios. I'm Palmer, Brandon Taylor, and Marlon Favorite with you. Fave, how does it go today over in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl? Which, by the way, Cheez-Its and citrus doesn't sound very appetizing, but it is
really,
what it is.
It really doesn't, but shouts out to the new Cheez-Its. Y'all saw the little paper-thin ones, kind of crispy.
You would know that.
Well, I'm a little hungry. But I think this is a game. Hello for the skipping breakfast. This is a game I think LSU starts off fast, right? I think we could come out and with a running game, get some rushing yards on the ground, and, I mean, scoring-wise, I don't really want to – I think we win by at least 3 touchdowns.
It's 14-point spread. The LSU is a better team than Purdue, and Purdue has more significant opt-outs than LSU does. So, plus they don't have their coach either. So, LSU should take control of this game early and win it. But that's obviously why they play the game. BT, how do you think it goes?
I think we go out here and we cover the over and we cover the spread. And Josh Williams, you messed up my parlay because I put it in too early. But hey, I'm gonna put it in the notes. I charge to the game. You got to pay your taxes. But I see us beating them by 25.
Hello.
Either way, we'll be talking about it after it goes final. 30 minutes after it goes final, we catch us on the Fighting Tiger postgame report, taking your reaction via Twitter and discussing the end of the first year of the Brian Kelly era. LSU trying to win 10 games as the champions of the SEC West, but you lose your last 3. Kind of a thud going into the offseason, so hopefully LSU can take care of business against Purdue over there in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. That's all we can do here on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. It's time to throw things to the broadcast team in Orlando. You know who it is. It's Gordy Rush. It is Doug Morrow, and it is the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. It is Purdue and LSU in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Here come the Tigers.
This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Tiger fans, from border to border, coast to coast, and all
right,
the
we ready?
ships at sea, LSU Fighting Tiger football is on the air. This is LSU Fighting Tiger football from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
50, 10, 5, touchdown! Touchdown! Fighting Tigers!
A new calendar year and a chance to put a winning cap on the 2022 season in Orlando as LSU battles Purdue in the 2023 Citrus Bowl.
It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
It's the first ever meeting on the gridiron between the two schools. A battle of the Big Ten and the SEC. It's the Purdue Boilermakers, the Fighting Tigers of LSU. And the countdown to kickoff starts now. From inside Camping World Stadium in Orlando, with the call of the game, here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
A new calendar year, but a chance to put a fitting cap on the 2022 season as we get set for the 2023 Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, featuring the Purdue Boilermakers taking on your number 16th ranked Fighting Tigers of LSU. Hello, everybody. This is Chris Blair alongside former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Our spotter, Jim Nickel, Colin Lacey with stats, broadcast engineers Stan Catrone and Brady Pfister, along with the straw stirring the drink back in the Capital One studio. Our producer, Mr. Brian Haldane, welcoming you to Camping World Stadium in Orlando for today's play-by-play story. Without question, in his first year at the helm, Coach Brian Kelly has put this LSU program way ahead of schedule. A team that had a combined 11 wins following the 2020 and 2021 seasons. Yeah, they've won 9 games. Yeah, they captured the SEC West crown. And yes, they have a chance to finish inside the top 15 when all is said and done. But today, they are looking to capture that 10th win of the season, which will transcend more than just wins and losses for this long, storied, and proud program, and help propel them into spring football and potentially an outstanding 2023 season. For Purdue, they played for a Big Ten title for the first time in school history. They came up short to Michigan, of course, but the results of their success over the last couple of years led to their head coach Jeff Brom returning home to take the Louisville job. Their top receivers and quarterback opting out of the bowl, defensive coordinator headed to the Bluegrass as well. And while both teams' rosters look radically different than it did a month ago, Purdue may have suffered the most depletions. But games are not won on paper or based on depth charts, and that's why we have all gathered here in Orlando for today's game. It's the first ever meeting between these two schools on the gridiron, so grab your favorite beverage, find your favorite chair, join us for a battle of the Big Ten and the SEC. It's the 2023 Citrus Bowl. It is Purdue, it's LSU, and it's coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Out on the field or on the court is where thousands of LSU athletes learn lessons of a lifetime. I know I did.
Learning about hard work, sacrifice, and teamwork makes a huge difference in people's lives.
That's why we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Dudley DeBosier is a firm that brings our LSU values to work with us every day.
Because we believe that's how you make a difference in people's lives.
The Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112229.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers.
Hey Tiger fans, your new favorite local delivery app is here. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. All season long, make sure to use promo code TIGERS22 to score free delivery and automatically be entered in the Winner ASAP Dinner Sweepstakes for a chance to win LSU tickets, autographed merchandise, and more. That's promo code TIGERS22. ASAP is the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics.
Welcome in to the Countdown to Kickoff from the LSU Sports Radio Network. Delivered by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Leading you up to Fighting Tiger football. But first, a visit with LSU head coach Brian Kelly. Standing by with a coach, here's former Tiger Gordy Rush.
All right, Coach, it's been a great week here in Orlando. Finally, it is game day. I know you're excited to get this thing going.
Absolutely. 2.5, 3 weeks of preparation. I think the guys are ready to get out there and show that preparation, and we're excited, obviously, to have this opportunity to play in the Citrus Bowl and to play one last game for good old LSU in this season and hopefully build some momentum headed forward.
You had a chance to see a couple bowl practices. Good to get Jaden back to full speed.
Absolutely. He's 100% healthy and ready to roll, and we're excited to turn him loose against these Boilermakers.
Yeah, speaking of the Boilermakers, interesting bowl season these days, right? And really unfortunate situation at Purdue with the coaching change. What are you expecting out of Purdue defensively?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit difficult to really predict where they're going to go. Sometimes when there's a change, then they completely change, and so we'll be ready for all scenarios, offensively in particular. But they're very good up front. Their front seven is probably the strength of what they do. We're fortunate that we kind of face that every week in the SEC, so we'll be ready for that. I think they're not a high pressure team or haven't been. But we'll see. Maybe they're going to cut it loose and zero, play cover zero and blitz us every down. I really don't know a lot, about what to expect. But I think more than anything, if they hold true to form, it's a group that we feel very confident that we can do a nice job against.
So finally, before I let you go, speaking of their defensive front seven, your offensive line has made progress each and every week. Let's talk about how far this group has come, and you get everybody back healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they think that's the biggest part, right? We were able to play 5 or 6 guys, 7 guys maybe most of the year. So some of the turmoil that sometimes happens with injuries and things like that, we've been able to avoid. So it's given those guys a chance to really kind of gel together and grow and continue to get better at what they were doing. And not just that, but be locked into certain positions where they could get better and the cohesion could be that much better. And Brad Davis has done a great job and continues to do a great job of bringing those guys along.
All right, Coach, best of luck this afternoon here in Orlando.
We appreciate it. Go Tigers.
All right, we'll take a commercial break, and we'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sausage. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sausage and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoked sausage of LSU Athletics.
If it's a tale worth telling, it happens at LaBerge. With thousands of games to explore, hot streaks that never end, handcrafted flavors eager to please, and a vibe you'll never forget. It's a story in the making. This one, however, is to be continued. LaBerge Baton Rouge. What's your story? Must be 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk-On's Family and Friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant.
Back with more on the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Let's check the game's starting lineups. Proudly presented by Visit Baton Rouge. Start exploring at visitbatonrouge.com. Here is former Tiger Doug Morrow on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Beautiful sunny day here in Orlando, Florida at Camping World Stadium. LSU and Purdue meeting for the first time, and it should be an interesting game for a lot of reasons. Many of the players for both teams are not available to play for whatever reason. One of the coaches is not available to play. One of his brothers is taking his place. So some strange things about this game, but it is so close to New Year's. Who can take any credit for it except these two teams? Let me give you the starting lineups for today's game. I'm going to give you Purdue's defensive team first, then I'll give you LSU's defense, and then we'll go to the offense. For Purdue, at defensive end, number 99, Jack Sullivan, 6'5", 275. He's a redshirt senior. Defensive tackle, number 50, Suleiman Kapaka, 6'2", 280. He's a redshirt junior. Defensive tackle, number 90, Lawrence Johnson, 6'3", 310. Redshirt senior. Defensive end, Cadron Jenkins, number 44, 6'1", 270. He is a junior. Got linebacker, number 20, O.C. Brothers, 6'2", 225, a junior. Kieran Douglas is a linebacker, number 43, 6'2", 240. He's a 6-year senior. The nickelback, number 0, Bryce Hampton, 5'11", 205, a senior. Defensive backs, number 7, Jamari Brown, 6'3", 200, a senior. And number 10, Cam Allen, 6'1", 195, he's a senior. And the two defensive backs, number 21, Sanusi Kane, 6 feet, 205, a junior. And number 1, Reese Taylor, 5'11", 190, he's a 5th-year senior. LSU defensively will start, and they have kind of a different defensive lineup in this game. The Jack, number 6, Mike Jones, 6'1", 230, a junior. Defensive tackle, number 92, Mekhi Wingo, 6 feet, 295, a sophomore. Defensive tackle, number 90, Jacobian Guillory, 6'2", 315, a sophomore. Defensive end, number 35, Savion Jones, 6'6", 250, a sophomore. At the linebackers, number 23, Micah Baskerville, 6'1", 228, a senior. And Greg Penn, number 30, 6'2", 238, a sophomore. And Harold Perkins, number 40, 6'2", 220, he's a freshman. The nickel, number 28, Major Burns, 6'2", 187, a sophomore. The cornerbacks, number 24, Jared Bernard's Converse, 6'1", 205, a senior. and number 5, Jay Ward, 6'2", 188, a senior. The safeties, number 3, Greg Brooks, 5'10", 187, a senior. And number 13, Joe Fouché, 5'11", 208. He is a senior. Offensively, Purdue will start at one left tackle, number 64, Mahamani Musa, 6'4", 285, a sophomore. The left guard, 72, Sion Finau, 6'3", 305, a senior. The center, number 54, Josh Kaltenberger, 6'5", 305, a sophomore. The right guard, number 63, Marcus Mial, 6'5", 305. He's a freshman. The right tackle, number 74, Eric Miller, 6'7", 305. He is a senior. The tight end, Paul Peferi, number 89, 6'5", 240, a junior. The wide receivers, number 9, Mershawn Rice, 6'3", 210, a junior. And number 5, T.J. Sheffield, 5'11", 190, a junior. The wide receiver, the third wide receiver, number 29, Andrew Sowinski, 6 feet, 195, a sophomore. The quarterback, number 12, Austin Burton, 6'4", 210, a senior. And the running back, number 45, Devin Maccabee, 6 feet, 195. He's a sixth-year senior. For LSU, they will start offensively. Will Campbell at left tackle, 66, 6'6", 325, a freshman. The left guard, number 70, Miles Frazier, 6'6", 323, a sophomore. The center, number 69, Charles Turner, 6'4", 295, a junior. The right guard, number 75, Anthony Bradford, 6'5", 345, a junior. The right tackle, number 50, Emily Jones, 6'6", 335, a freshman. The tight end, number 86, Mason Taylor, 6'5", 245, a freshman. The wide receivers, number 11, Brian Thomas, 6'4", 201, a sophomore. Malik Neighbors, number 8, 6 feet, 195, a sophomore. And Karen Lacey, number 2, 6'2", 217, a junior. The quarterback, Jaden Daniels, number 5, 6'3", 200, a junior. And the running back, John Emery, number 4, 5'11", 220. He is a senior. So there you have the starting lineups for today's game. The Purdue band out on the field entertaining the crowd here in Camping World Stadium pregame. Beautiful day, just a gorgeous day, a little warm, but warm is good this time of year, especially the way that it's been all over this country. So great day for football. We look forward to bringing you a good game, and I'll be back with the BASF Formula for Success after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Play our lucky numbers with 7, 11, 21. Win up to $2,100. Winnings with a twist. Play the new Fruit Twist Scratch-Offs. Win up to $12,000. Twist and count your winnings today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
We are moments away from the excitement of LSU Fighting Tiger football as the countdown to kickoff continues. Presented by ASAP. Time to get the BASF formula for success. BASF. We create chemistry.
And the Purdue band has completed their pregame festivities here at Camping World Stadium. LSU's band has grouped together on the far side. Beautiful festive day here, and let me give you the BASF formula for success. Now, this game tells you more about what teams don't have than what they do have. And the reason is because think of these things. Name, image, and likeness is something that's interfered with eligibility and with desire to stay with a team, with getting paid, as amateurs are not supposed to do, but used to be that if you took any dollars, there was something wrong with that. Now, something wrong with you if you don't get any dollars, and name, image, and likeness is responsible. The transfer portal gives teams, the players, the ability to declare themselves eligible for a different school one time without any consequence, 2 times with a consequence in the old redshirt rule. And thirdly, coaching changes. As Purdue is going through this year, their coach got the job at Louisville. He played at Louisville. The Brom brothers, very famous in Louisville lore. And so Louisville came after him. He's a good coach. And he took off and he's going to be at Louisville coaching there. So Purdue does not have their coach. Their coach is not coaching in this game. He's here. Brian Brom's brother, Jeff Brom's brother, Brian, is temporarily taking the reins of the head coach here in this game. So those things kind of really influence, disrupt the continuity of a football game, and it's changed amateur athletics an awful lot, I think. There'll be a lot of shaking out over the next 2 or 3 years, but right now it's not a pretty sight most of the time. But it's what we have to deal with, and so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, because Purdue has lost its top 2 receivers, its quarterback, its running back, and 3 of the top defensive players, they're really kind of shorthanded, but LSU likewise is kind of shorthanded. So both teams are going to be playing with some second stringers. They could be playing with people who are not starters, but they can be starters, and they may do something today to become famous, just all of a sudden make themselves some NIL money. We'll just have to wait and see. Should be an interesting game. Beautiful day, as I said, and that's what we're looking forward today. The band, a band out on the field, red, white, and blue are the colors they're wearing. I'm not sure exactly who it is. They haven't been identified yet. It's a beautiful day, and Cheez-It is the sponsor for this game. It's a big Cheez-It box at midfield, a big Cheez-It logo at midfield, and so we'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, let's take this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network. I'll be back with more pregame after this break.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk-On's family and friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
This has been the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now for LSU Fighting Tiger football. We go inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth for the call of the game, along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
Chris Blair will be here in just a few moments as this game nears its beginning. We're about 17 or 18 minutes from kickoff. The toss of the coin. These bowl games, the toss of the coin gets delayed because everybody wants to entertain the crowd. The crowd here is not that big. It is an interesting crowd in that it is not that big, but these are enthusiastic people from both LSU and from Purdue. And of course, there are people that like to be able to come out on the field. They want to entertain the fans. And when it's such a beautiful day as today is, it's exactly what they should be doing. But what happens is they set back the beginning of the game, and that's what's going to happen here as this game's got about 12 minutes away from the kick. What we have to do in the meanwhile is we're going to bring the captains out on the field. There'll be a toss of the coin. Somebody will win it. Somebody will defer. And the kickoff will take place shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, you got captains that have to be introduced, and I'm going to do that for you right now. Number 6 for LSU, Mike Jones Jr. Number 92, Mekhi Wingo. And number 5, Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels suffered an ankle injury late in the season. Seems to be fully recovered according to all reports. We'll have to wait and see. But he's kind of the key to the game. Purdue missing their quarterback, who is somebody was their one of the top passers in the country, but he's not here. And they have a backup quarterback who started just one game in the 5-year period that he has played college football. Pretty good player, but he's not had enough experience to know whether he is the kind of player that you need.
Yeah, Doug, I had a chance to talk about Austin Burton, who's transferred from UCLA, wound up starting in week number 4, I believe, against Florida Atlantic, 6'3", about 220, and had to start because O'Connell was injured the week before at Syracuse. They beat Florida Atlantic 28-26. He threw for 3 touchdowns, but just a handful of reps. Doug, and really an unknown, more of a dual threat quarterback than O'Connell. He can run it a little bit. We got the national anthem right now, Doug.
And let's go down to the field for that. nonetheless, beautiful rendition of the national anthem as the jet flyover took place right at the conclusion of it. You may have heard that in the background and caught a great roar from the crowd here in Camping World Stadium. The captains are going to be coming out on the field in just a moment. Gordy, let me ask you a question. You're down there on the field. It's a question I've always wanted to ask you and have always forgotten, and that is, you went to Purdue, right?
Yes, sir.
You went to LSU.
I did.
All right. What is a Boilermaker other than the drink that people have?
Yeah, it's a term for somebody that works on the trains, boiler trains. It's blew part of the country up there in Indiana, part of the industry, I should say, at one point. And so the mascot goes by Purdue Pete. He's got a big sledgehammer, and he walks around on the sideline, but it refers to that occupation.
Well, Purdue Pete had a successful year this year, although he's lost a lot of players since the end of the season up to now. But he got to play in the Big Ten championship game, acquitted himself, I think, very well. And unfortunately, he lost his coach to Louisville,
right.
And so they're going to have to be able to make it up. But they probably will do that. It's a very good school and one that I know you must be very proud of.
Well, it was a good experience to go up there, and they fired the coach that Liam Burdett was the coach my freshman year, and new coaching staff came. I decided to come back home and play for the purple and gold. But hey, look, it's a fine institution, academic institution. It's a basketball school, right? Legendary John Wooden is from Purdue and known for their basketball more so than their football, but they're also known for throwing the football. At one point, there's a cradle, I should say, of quarterbacks: Bob Greasy, Len Dawson, Jim Everett. I could go on and on. Even Gary Danielson. I know that's not a name that's that popular with LSU fans.
Don't forget Drew Brees, though.
Of course, yeah, Drew Brees, and you go on and on. They had a great run. They're known for throwing the football, and that's what Jeff Brom did. And O'Connell, their quarterback, Aiden O'Connell, had a nice year. He declared for the NFL draft. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ryan Walters, the new coach, a defensive-minded coach, he's not going to coach today, he is here. Is he going to keep that throwing tradition going? You think so, because he hired Graham Harrell, the former Mike Leach quarterback, Texas Tech quarterback, that was at the offensive coordinator in West Virginia. He has come over to be the OC, so you'll think they'll keep it going. I'm not sure if they're going to air it out with the new quarterback today. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, Drew Brees is one of those guys, that makes the most of what he got. And he undoubtedly, he is a coach just for one game for Purdue, but he was obviously an excellent NFL quarterback, but one known for his leadership as much as anything else. And that's the kind of thing that Purdue needs in this bowl game,
right?
Particularly with Drew Brees only coaching one game. So it'll be interesting to see if he has an impact on this game. It's one of the sidelights that we look forward to. LSU's captains out on the field, kneeling on the far side at the 50. Purdue's captains not yet here on the field, nor is their team. LSU's team has come out on the field.
And Doug, I'll jump in, just bowl game regulations. I will not be able to go out to the toss. I'll have to stand on the sideline. They do that for sponsors and TV rights and all that. So something we're certainly used to.
Well, you have all of the skill to bring to bear the significance of the toss of the coin, even from the sideline.
So you're too kind. I'll do my best.
You'll do well.
I will tell you guys, it is crispy down here on the field. I know the high today was about 81. This is obviously, if you remember the LSU Penn State game, Paterno versus Les Miles years ago, that was the famous grass field. It was an absolute mess. They've gone to artificial turf down here. It is a hot afternoon down here, so this is definitely a change from any of the games that we played in November.
Well, I'll tell you, our bus on the way over here today, the bus driver couldn't get the air conditioner started. If you ever heard of that, with a big bus now. This is a big bus, very expensive. He could not get it started. And with a bus full of people sitting there waiting to try to get it started for about a half an hour, it was not a fun day, particularly for all the kids. There were a lot of kids there on the bus, so it was kind of ugly. Meanwhile, the captains for LSU coming out on the far side. Purdue's captain's coming on the near side. Gordy's going to have to remove himself from close proximity, but he can still see what's going to happen, and he's going to hear the toss of the coin being flipped. So let's see if we can go down and hear the official referee, Mike.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. Welcome, captains, to the 2023 Citrus Bowl. Congratulations on being here. My name is Kevin Marr. I'll be your referee today. Our umpire is Mr. Rick Pedraza. Also, we wanted to make mention of our colleague, Mr. Bob Bain. Joining us for the coin toss is Ched Z. He'll be flipping the coin for this afternoon. Here is our commemorative coin that we'll be flipping. The Cheez-It logo is tails. The team helmets is heads. Cheez-It logo is tails. Team helmets is heads. LSU has been designated as the visiting team. They'll make the call. Tails is the call. Ched Z, please do the honor.
Call is tails.
It is heads. Purdue has won the toss. Austin. Purdue has won the toss, has elected to defer their option to the second half. Mike, you want the ball? Austin, which direction would you like to kick? Okay, say as such. LSU will receive at this end. Shake hands. Good luck, gentlemen.
So LSU's going to be receiving. They called the toss. They lost, and Purdue decided to defer to the beginning of the second half. So LSU's going to be receiving the kickoff to start the first half. As we look down on the field, LSU's going to be heading from our left to right, Purdue kicking from right to left. And interestingly, this field, the way the shadow falls, it's about noon time, a little bit after noon today. There's going to be sunshine in the eyes of the receivers looking back as we look on the field left to right. And that's a big difference in the passing game, where a receiver who's looking back at the quarterback is throwing a football out of the sun. And the sun is pretty bright here today. So may have an impact, may not have an impact, but the teams who are able to run are going to run more so than they try to pass it, because it's just very difficult to find receivers who can get a good bead on the pass downfield. So LSU is going to be on the left. They'll be headed left to right here to start the ball game. Purdue's going to be kicking. They're huddled up at the 30-yard line, and now they're going out on the field to deploy their kick team and to begin this ball game. Should be an exciting game. We look forward to bringing it to you. And here to give you all the play-by-play, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Good afternoon, Tiger fans. Again, Happy New Year here in Orlando. Getting ready to start the 2023 Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. As Doug told you, LSU lost the toss of the coin. Purdue defers into the second half, so the Tigers will sit back and wait for the opening kickoff. Brought to you by H&E Equipment Services, official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. Just visit HERentals.com today. Here's the approach. Boot meets ball, and we've got football in Orlando at the Citrus Bowl. Fielded by Kane, far-sided about the 5-yard line. Comes rushing up the field across the 20, tripped up around the 25-yard line. Looks like they'll place him down just shy of the 26, and LSU's offense will get started to get this game underway. Tigers coming in 9-4 on the season against 6-3 in SEC play. Captured the SEC West title in 2022 in Brian Kelly's first season. Jaden Daniels, big part of that. Quarterback will line up. Good to see him close to 100%. Listening to him this week, said he would be ready to go. Tiger fans happy to hear that, as was his teammates and coaching staff. First down and 10 from the 26. Far side hash. A little swing pass coming out to Kane near side. Across the 25, gets up near the 29. There's a Boilermaker slow to get up. He had the trip. That was Reese Taylor, the senior out of Indianapolis. But he's up now. Coming to the near side, he'll have to check out, but appears to be okay. Just a little slow after making that tackle on Kane. LSU on a 3-yard gain on the swing pass, looking at 2nd down and 7 at the 29-yard line. This time move it to the near side hash as LSU attacks left to right. Shotgun snap, Daniels. He's going to pull, now run. Up the middle, going to be hit as he reaches the 35, maybe the 36-yard line. Push back there, but they're going to give him forward progress at the sticks at the 36. It'll be a first down for LSU.
He got a pretty good spot there, I think. He got maybe there, good enough for a first down.
Got the 7 yards, maybe just slightly more than 7. They'll move the chains. It'll be first down and 10, just inside the LSU 36, just underway. 14 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. After we saw Noah Cain in the backfield, we'll see John Emery Jr. check in at running back. Daniels looking to throw right, little throw, and it's low up at about the 42-yard line to Brian Thomas, and Thomas standing at 6'4". Had to go down, try to get his hands on it, couldn't hold on. It's incomplete. Sets up 2nd down and 10 now at the 36.
Pass had a lot of zip on it, and Thomas, usually very sure-handed, was not able to hang on to that. The ball was kind of low around his ankles and just was not able to get a good handle on it.
2 wide receivers to the left. They'll send 2 wide to the right, including Mason Taylor, the tight end. Emery remains the running back. Daniels with the ball in hand, looking to throw near side and through the hands of Kyron Lacey up around the 48-yard line. Looked like a catchable ball, just went right through the wickets. And that'll set up 3rd down and 10 now at the 36.
Well, that's 2 receptions that should have been made by receivers who are normally very sure-handed, but certainly not on those 2 plays.
So looking at 3rd down and 10, Tigers on the year. Under 50%, 47% through 13 games this year. Opening drive of the game, 13:51 remaining. They'll stack 2 receivers to each side. Emery in the backfield, little low snap, but Daniels handles. Little pressure comes, Daniels feels it. Now just will run, try to go forward. He'll get up to about the 39, still going across the 40, and eventually just shy of the 42-yard line, well shy of the first down. It will set up 4th down and about 4, and it appears the punt unit will be coming on for LSU. We'll see Jay Bramblett punt it away.
Chris, wide receiver is going to be a spot I'm going to be watching today because it's the starting 3, Lacey that we've seen out there, obviously Brian Thomas, and also Neighbors after that. Wonder who the 4th wide receiver is going to be there. Nicholas, the freshman from St. Aug, hasn't played this year's work there. Ibietta's back, but they're really unproven after those first 3 receivers.
Bramblett puts this one high in the air, spiraling kick down to the 9-yard line. Going to be fielded and up the far side before being bounced out of bounds just inside the 25-yard line. Pretty good punt by Bramblett. Decent return by the Boilermakers, and they'll have the football for the first time today. Looking at 1st down and 10 as we'll see the LSU defense. We mentioned the offense for LSU missing some key players. No question defense as well. Mekhi Wingo, really the only veteran from this season. He's the sophomore nose tackle out of St. Louis. He's talked about this week preparing his defensive front, helping some of the younger players, including Savion Jones and Quincy Wiggins, who we expect to see today up front defensively. Shotgun snap on 1st down, and Butler comes out firing and misses badly near side up around the 25-yard line. Had a receiver with a slight step, but he tried to throw it outside and nowhere close to Abdur-Rahman Yassin. So it's incomplete. 2nd down and 10 at the 22.
And Harold Perkins, Doug, playing that jack linebacker for Ojulari, got pressure and put Burton on his butt on the very first play.
Burton again in the shotgun, 2nd down and 10. They fake the end around. Now sprint out to the near side, and Burton now will tuck, get to the 25-yard line, fall forward at about the 26. Only about maybe a 4-yard gain, depending on where they place it. Looks like it's right at the 26 near side. We'll set up 3rd down and 5 for the Boilermakers. 40% on 3rd down this season. Again, a shotgun snap. Butler had to catch it low. Now he's running to his right. Pressure coming. Perkins breathing down his neck. Still trying to extend the play, and we'll just throw this one into the LSU sideline as Perkins about a half step away from bringing him down. And Burton took a while before releasing the football, but able to keep it. But it will be 4th and 5. So a quick 3 and out. Pretty good start, Doug, defensively for LSU.
I don't think Burden thought that Perkins had the kind of speed that Perkins does have, and he does have a lot of speed. He continued to hound dog him. Finally, he forced him to throw the ball just over the sideline for an incomplete pass. Purdue will be punting on 4th down.
Jack Ansel will handle the punt, averaging about 42 yards per punt this year. This one a high, booming punt, comes down quickly, though. Clayton going to field it at about the 28, middle of the field. And flags come out as he crosses the 35 up to about the 38. Purdue able to hold on and eventually stop his progress. We'll see what the flag is all about. It's on the 29-yard line of LSU, so it doesn't look like it's in a good vicinity if you're Brian Kelly and company, but we'll wait to hear from Kevin Marr, our crew chief, with this crew out of the Big 12 today.
There is no foul on the play for any illegal block in the back. Timeout.
So they pick up the flag, and LSU will have the ball first down at 10 at their own 37. We're scoreless here in Orlando, 11:47 to go. First quarter of the Citrus Bowl. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Scoreless so far here in the Citrus Bowl. 11:47 remains. First quarter action. Each team able to get out there offensively. Not much doing. Neither team crossed the midfield stripe as of yet. LSU will have it. First down and 10 at their own 37 when we resume play moments from now. I want to remind you, introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. You can play Hit 50, went up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer, pick up Hit 50 today. For your chance to win, must be at least 21 to purchase. So Jaden Daniels back out there, working with John Emery Jr., Noah Kane, Derek Davis Jr. also back in the running back depth chart. Josh Williams unable to go in the bowl game. Disappointing for Josh, again, who had an incredible season, leading rusher for LSU behind quarterback Jaden Daniels this year. And as Gordy mentioned a few moments ago, the receivers, looking at Brian Thomas Jr., Kyron Lacey, and, of course, Malik Neighbors, along with the tight end Mason Taylor. Those are the names you will recognize. Daniels on first down, comes out firing across the middle of the field, down to Boilermaker, 43-yard line. Mason Taylor, the aforementioned, with his 34th catch of the year. Big strike. It's a first down to LSU. They're playing on the other side of the 50. 19-yard reception. Sets them up first down at 10 at the 44-yard line. And looks like we have a Boilermaker shaken up a little bit. He was trying to stay out there, but the training crew comes running out, and he'll have to make his way to the near sideline. So looks like he's holding, looks like maybe his left hand as he'll come off. So now the Tigers looking at 1st down and 10 at the 44. As Daniels finds his big target, tight end Mason Taylor. Phenomenal freshman campaign. Thomas going to motion left to right at the snap. Handoff Kane. He'll try to find something between left tackle and maybe a couple of yards. That's about it. It'll be 2nd down and 8. As he looks like they're going to place him at about the 43. Maybe only a yard gain as Bryce Hampton, safety out of Las Vegas, able to get Kane down on the ground. It'll be 2nd down and 9 at the Purdue 43-yard line. Hash mark far side. Kane moves from left to right side of Daniels. Kane going to get the carry, and this time Purdue, plenty of pursuit, blew up the front line of LSU, able to get in there for the stop. Bryce Hampton again, able to get his arms around Kane quickly. Just like that, we move to 3rd down and 9 after the big 19-yard reception. 2 wide receivers right, 1 to the left side. That's Kyron Lacey. Thomas wide to the right. Malik Neighbors in the slot. Now they'll split out Mason Taylor. 3 wide to the right side. 3rd down and 7. Daniels, long snap count. Now he gets the football. Looks right. Looks back left. Moving to his right. Extends the pocket. Now will just tuck and run inside the 40 and brought down shy of the 35-yard line. They needed to reach the Purdue 34. That's going to set up 4th down and short here. And looking at that LSU sideline at the very moment, looks like the offense is going to stay out there on 4th down and 2. They've converted on 4th down 50% this season, 10 of 20 on the year. Indeed. They'll be a little aggressive here early in the first quarter. 9:51. Clock moving. 4th down and 2. Shotgun formation. Noah Kane, the running back. Taylor now the tight end. Will get closer to the line of scrimmage left side. Long snap count again. Here it comes. Daniels looking left over the middle. Neighbors makes the catch, breaks the tackle, stays upright inside the 30, inside the 25, down to the Purdue 24-yard line. Great throw by Jaden Daniels, who was covered pretty well, Doug, but put it where only Malik could get his hands on it. His 64th catch of the year, and it's 1st down and 10 now at the Purdue 24-yard line. Daniels going to keep out on the left side. Great pursuit by Purdue. They're able to track him down. Cam Allen out there, along with O.C. Brothers, makes the stop on Jaden Daniels. Looks like we've got a flag on that far side at about the 31-yard line.
Formation, offense, more than 4 in the backfield. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Tigers unable to get set. Too many men in the backfield. Sets up 1st down, and again now 2nd down. We'll back them up behind the chains. It'll be 1st and about 15. No score, 9:02, first quarter action. First meeting ever between Purdue and LSU. Trip receivers wide to the left side, including John Emery out wide, an empty backfield. So Daniels going 5 wide. Quick hitter. Neighbors wide open at the Cheez-It logo. Inside the 20. Tripped up inside the 15-yard line. And the Tigers enter the Capital One red zone for the first time today. 14-yard gain. Neighbors now the hot target for Jaden Daniels. And a big conversion on 2nd and long.
And LSU finding openings in the middle of that secondary for Purdue. That's 3 completions in that area.
2nd down and a yard. Handed off to Emery. He'll get the 1st down and then some down near the Purdue 10-yard line. And it will be another flag. See what this is all about here.
Yeah, this one's going to go against Purdue. I believe they're calling offsides.
Offside. Defense number 96 lined up in the neutral zone. That 5-yard penalty results in a 1st down.
Corday Sidnor, sophomore out of New York, in the neutral zone. Tigers certainly happy to take some extra real estate here after picking up the 1st down on 2nd and 1. They get the chain set. It'll be 1st down, goal to goal at the 10-yard line. Daniels going to pull, go to his left side. He's got blockers sealing out there on the left, and finally going to be tripped up. Leaps out of bounds at about the 4-yard line. Great job by Mason Taylor John Emery and Brian Thomas over there. Eventually they're able to get to Jaden Daniels before he could completely turn the corner. But it will be second down, goal to go now from the Purdue 4-yard line in a scoreless game with 7:30 to go first quarter. Two receivers right, one to the left. Emery on the left side hip of Jaden Daniels. Going to get the call, and he will bulldoze his way forward, and looks like he's just short, shy of the goal line, down around the 1, maybe just inside the 1. That'll set up third down, goal to go at the 1-yard line. LSU quickly lining up Daniels. Purdue just now getting set. Handed off. It'll be Emery. Tried to go upright, got blocked, and then goes in for a second effort. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. John Emery busts through for his 6th rushing touchdown of the season. And LSU strikes first here in the Citrus Bowl. 6-0 with 7:01 remaining. How about that second effort, Doug, by John Emery? Looked like he wanted to go slightly airborne and maybe leap into the end zone. He got hit, pushed back, but immediately, as soon as his feet hit the ground, he used that lower body to get into the end zone. They couldn't stop him twice.
And Emery is the kind of player that can do that. He shows perseverance when he's carrying the football. He'll take that first lick and he'll keep pounding and keep pounding. And he's big enough and strong enough to make it work for him. When he gets in the open field, he's even better than that.
Point after attempt by Ramos. Kick is up, and the kick is good. That'll make it 7-0 LSU. They lead early. 7:01 remaining here in the first quarter. We got a timeout on the field. We'll return to Orlando in just a moment here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees. Banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit Cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Coming back. Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
John Emery Jr. into the end zone from 1 yard out. Puts LSU up 7-0. 7:01 remaining here in the first quarter. Emery with his 6th rushing touchdown of the season. Had 3 in the SEC title game. That time able to second effort his way in for the score. LSU now with 36 rushing touchdowns on the season. That's tied for second best in school history. They had 36 rushing touchdowns in 2015 through 12 games. And they're just too shy from setting a new mark. Most touchdowns rushing in a season back in 2013. In 13 games, they had 37 on the ground. So with a 7-0 lead, Nathan Dibert will tee it up at the 35-yard line to kick it back to Purdue. He'll be kicking left to right. Bryce Hampton Back deep for the Boilermakers. Here's the approach and the kick. Line drive, end over end. Got plenty of foot into this one, and it'll be out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. And Purdue will start first down and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Fans Capital One offering checking and savings accounts with no fees or minimums. What's in your wallet? Gordy Rush, let's go down to you for a Sunshine Sideline report. We mentioned Jaden Daniels. How close to 100% would he be? Tried to give it a go in Atlanta several weeks ago, unable to finish the game. But down there on the sideline on this turf, how does he look? Obviously, they've called his number a number of times here early in the first quarter.
He looks good. He looked good back in Baton Rouge. I had a chance to go to practice a week before they cut loose before Christmas. He's 100% down here and had a real good week of practice in Orlando.
First down and 10 at the 25. Once again, Purdue this time will work under center, and they'll go to the ground game. On the run to the right side is Maccabee. Maccabee, a former walk-on, able to get up the far sideline, pick up solid yardage on first down, just stretching that play out. A gain of 7, sets up second down and 3. This one at the 32-yard line. Maccabee, by the way, coming in to the game, 920 yards rushing, 9 rushing touchdowns on the season. He's been the leading rusher, and at the snap, on 2nd and 3, whistles and flags come out. Looks like motion against the Boilermakers.
Offense number 74. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Senior Eric Miller, product of Mason, Ohio, a little jumpy there on second down. That'll back up the Boilermakers here. 6:32 remaining first quarter. LSU up 7-0. Austin Burton, again the backup quarterback, senior out of Newton, Massachusetts. Spent 3 years out on the West Coast at UCLA before transferring to the Midwest and Purdue. Comes out firing, and this one going to be caught near side up at the 34-yard line. Dropped quickly is Michon Rice, but got some of those yards back after the false start. Gain of 7. It'll set up 3rd down and 1 now for Purdue at their own 34-yard line as they work from the near side hash, attacking right to left. Doug told you earlier, black jerseys, gold pants, gold helmets, and gold numerals. Snap on the shotgun. Maccabee gets the carry. Huge hole opens up on the left side. He'll make his way up near the 40, just shy at the 39-yard line. Joe Fouché comes up to make the stop from safety for LSU, but it's enough for Maccabee to pick up the first down. First down and 10 now at the 39. In credit Fouché coming up. It looked like there was a gaping hole on that left side. Maccabee able to hit it quickly. Now a little play fake. Stumbling but throwing deep, has a man open, underthrown, but coming back, it's incomplete at the 19. Got behind the defensive coverage that time was Deion Burks, the freshman out of Belleville, Michigan. Joe Fouché was on coverage along with Major Burns, but that throw by Burton, Doug, just a little underthrown. He puts that one out another 5 yards. That may be trouble for LSU.
But LSU with a good recovery by both secondary players where they caught up with the football and batted it away from the receiver to deny him the chance to make what would have been a big play.
Burton also stumbled before getting his feet set to throw. They'll go on the ground here to Maccabee. Try something off the left side. Makai Wingo, though, able to get his hands around him. Wingo with an excellent season, of course, coming into the year, expected to be a backup to Mason Smith. Mason goes out in that opening game against Florida State, and Makai Wingo, maybe one of the most valuable defensive players LSU has had, comes into the game with 44 tackles, 2 sacks, giving tackle number 45. It'll be 3rd down and 9 from the 40. Dylan Downing checks in at running back. He's the second leading rusher for this Boilermaker squad. They'll send 3 receivers right, 1 close to the formation to the left side. Burton stands in the shotgun, Downing on a wing to his left. And on 3rd down, Burton scanning the field, steps up in the pocket, again throws deep, but well overthrown inside the 20-yard line. And that time it was excellent coverage by LSU, looking for the tight end, Drew Bieber, the sophomore out of Wisconsin. But LSU had it covered up. Greg Brooks, good job running down the field. That'll set up 4th down and 9 at the 40. So Purdue, should they punt this away, still yet to cross the mid-stripe here with 4:27 to go in the first quarter. And LSU happy to get the football back as Clayton will set up shop inside the 20 at about the 19-yard line. And we'll see Jack Ansel again. Sophomore punter lets it go. Wobbling. Punt coming near side. Clayton holds on, gets hammered. Here come the flags. He stepped up at about the 16-yard line. coverage, and the Gunners for Purdue were down there but didn't hold up. Looked like maybe Deion Burks on special teams. And that one, bang, bang play, and flags fly out.
Catching interference, kicking team number 4. 15-yard penalty, first down, timeout.
So after the 44-yard punt, LSU will get some extra yards on the penalty with the kick interference. 4:20 remaining here in the first quarter. LSU with a football and a 7-0 lead in the Citrus Bowl. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're
That does it for first quarter breaks.
Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Coming back here.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Just a reminder, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake, champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at olrmc.com/LSU. It's a 7-0 Fighting Tiger lead here in the Citrus Bowl. 4:20 remaining in the first quarter. Happy to be coming to you here on this early new year from Orlando, along with Doug Morrow, Gordy Rush, Jim Nickel, Colin Lacey, Stan Catron, and Brady Pfister in the booth. It's a little warm, as Gordy told you, about 81 degrees going to be the high today. As again, LSU going to have a little different look here. They come out for this possession looking at first down and 10 at the 33. It'll be Garrett Nussmeier, redshirt freshman out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. He'll take the reins of the offense here, set up in a pistol formation with Noah Kane. Send 2 receivers right, 2 to the left side. On first down, here's the snap. Late handoff to Kane, gets through traffic, punishes one Boilermaker defender up across the 40 to the 45. Noah Kane refusing to go down. He picks up the first down on, looks like, a gain of 12 yards. So Kane taking a page out of John Emery's book that time, refusing to go down. Big gainer sets up first down and 10 at the 47. Last time out in Atlanta, Garrett Nussmeier in relief of Jaden Daniels, 15 of 27, 294 yards and 2 touchdowns. He stands back in the pocket. He'll unload this one. Deep ball down the near sideline. Neighbors trying to come back to it inside the 5. Just can't hold on. He had a step on the defender, Jamari Brown. Pretty good throw, Doug, by Nussmeier. And again, just couldn't bring it in was Neighbors. But, boy, we've talked about it his entire career now through 2 seasons. Garrett Nussmeier, he loves to spin the peel.
He does, and he's good at it, too. The pass was well thrown, and Neighbors had an opportunity to get it and bring it in. It was a pretty good defensive play, but I think it's the kind of play that Neighbors makes the reception on most of the time. He just didn't make it then.
On second down, he'll drop it off into the flat to Kane. Kane kind of bottled up by his own lead blocker, Francione. Tried to get off that block, but ended up stumbling and picks up a couple of yards. Only about 2. It'll be 3rd down and 8 now at the LSU 49-yard line. They'll send out 3 receivers right, 2 to the left, 5 wide. Empty backfield here for Nussmeier as John Emery checks in at running back, and he'll be out wide to the right side. From the far side hash, here's the shotgun snap, Nussmeier. Plenty of time, throws it out. Neighbors grabs it out of the air inside the 40, down around the 37-yard line, and LSU picks up the first down. That was an absolute bullet off the arm of Garrett Nussmeier. I think the football carried Malik Neighbors out of bounds.
That's the kind of reception, though, he can make. The pass was thrown very, very hard, very accurately, and he just pulled it in with his hands before going out of bounds.
Second 14-yard reception for Neighbors on the day. Here's the screen out to Thomas near side. He gets inside the 35, tripped up down around the 31-yard line. Gain of 5 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 5 at the 32. Nussmeier lining up the troops quickly. He'll send 2 wide to the left, 2 to the right side. Again, working with John Emery now on his left hip. 7-0 LSU leads, 2:29, but the Tigers on the march here with Garrett Nussmeier. Waits on the snap. Gets it from Charles Turner. Looks down the middle, now comes back right, throws, and off the mark. Mason Taylor just inside the near side hash. Can't get a hand on it. It's incomplete. Sets up 3rd down and 4 at the 31. Real quick, Gordy Rush down there on a Sunshine sideline report. This a decision by LSU to mix it up with Nussmeier?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they had him coming in on the 3rd series, and it's something different. I think Purdue game plan for Jaden Daniels. They played a lot of cover 2 man, been really aggressive on LSU's wide receivers. This gives them LSU a chance to make them pay and throw the football down the field and attack those cornerbacks.
Another empty set, 5 wide here for Nussmeier on 3rd down and 4 at the 31-yard line. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right side. Nussmeier rolling to his left, throwing with his right hand. Taylor makes the grab inside the 15, far side, out of bounds. Huge 3rd down conversion with big yardage, and LSU once again knocking on the door inside the Capital One red zone.
That's a good completion. Nussmeier rolled to the left. Now he's a right-hander. He's rolled to the left and throwing a pass kind of against the motion of his body, but he threw it perfectly, got it up in the air, gave the receiver a good opportunity at making the reception. It's a first down.
17-yard catch in LSU on 1st down. Long screen near side. Kyron Lacey has a few blockers, goes into the air and comes down around the 10-yard line. He tried to leap over the intended tackler, Allen. Cleared him most of the way, but he comes down after a quick gain of 4 yards. 2nd down and 6 now at the 10.
We've got a flag over here. Chris Purdue once again offside. So I think LSU's going to take that, replay 1st down, make it 1st and 5.
So it will be a second costly offsides penalty here against the Boilermakers, who certainly don't want to give up free yardage here to LSU, certainly moving the ball in their last couple of possessions. It'll be 1st down, goal to go. Or rather 1st down and 5 at the 9-yard line, rather. They can reach just inside the 5 with the 1st down, but they'll hand it off to Kane. He has a huge hole, and right down the far side hash, he'll find the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Had another rushing touchdown for this Tiger team. Noah Kane reaches his 9th rushing score of the season, and it's 13-0 LSU with 1:06 to go here in the 1st quarter. That was a great job by the offensive line, Doug. That was a huge hole.
Absolutely. Noah Kane seems to relish running against Big Ten schools. Started out at Penn State, came to LSU. Purdue's a Big Ten school, and he is just able to make himself make good cuts and run over tacklers when he has the football between the tackles.
Ramos on, trying to add one more. Placement is down, kick is up, and the kick is good. Make it 14-0 LSU now with 1:06 to go here in the 1st quarter. Again, 2 rushing scores for the Tigers today. One by John Emery Jr. to get on the board. One just moments ago by Noah Kane. Again, his 9th rushing touchdown on the season. And LSU now with 37 rushing touchdowns this season. That ties a single season record of 37 back in 2013 in 13 games.
Well, Coach Kelly is trying to show Jaden Daniels what it looks like when you go ahead and let the ball fly and let your receivers have a chance at it. That's what he's trying to get him to do, and he's good doing it when he will do it. He's a little reluctant to do it, but the guy who's not reluctant to do it is the one who did it on that drive, Nussmeier, who just loves to fling it.
So here's the approach again. Dybert puts a big foot into this one and hits the back line of the end zone for a touchback. And Purdue down 14-0 here with 1:06 to go in the first quarter. Will come out on offense once again. LSU. Impressive drive, 8 plays, 67 yards. And to your point, Doug, both quarterbacks have come out throwing the football. Nussmeier, of course, stretching the field a little more. But I like the mix of offense. Get down inside the red zone, get inside the 10, hand it off to your big, powerful running backs, let them do the rest. Good play calling so far by Coach Denbrock and company. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25. Austin Burton again trying to get something going here for Purdue. Not much happening thus far. He'll line up under center. Offset I formation. Give the handoff and pull down in the backfield. Ball is loose. And it will be a fumble. Going to be picked up by Major Burns near side around the 20-yard line. The handoff went to Dylan Downing. He got slung down to the ground. Ball came out. Greg Brooks absolutely blew up that play. And then Major Burns coming up from the safety position comes in able to get on the football. Downing slow to get up. They're out there taking a look at him as Greg absolutely twisted and planted him on the turf on that first down play, and it results in a turnover, and LSU back in business at the 21-yard line of Purdue with 1:01 remaining here in the first quarter.
Yeah, I talked to Matt House a couple days ago when they had the coordinator press conference day, and you're just reading between the lines. You could tell they were going to bring a lot of heat. First off, they had more athletic defensive linemen playing today in Carter and Wiggins and Jones, number 35, and obviously Perkins coming down from nickel to outside linebacker. And they just felt like Purdue with the new quarterbacks weren't going to be able to sit in the top pocket and deliver the football. And they have been fearless blitzing right there. Brooks came from his safety position and made that play happen.
Well, again, they still are taking a look at Dylan Downing, the junior running back, who, as that play happened, Greg Brooks came in, wrapped up, flung him to the ground. Ball came out, and he initially tried to get up, but then probably wisely decided to stay right back down. And now the entire Purdue team over in the vicinity as they help Downing up, and that's a great sign. He's on his own feet. A little bit of help from the training crew, but certainly a good sign as he'll come over and they'll take a look at him in the tent, and hopefully he'll be able to get back in this game. But LSU already up 14-0, forced the turnover, gets them +1 in the turnover margin on the year, actually gets them back to even in turnover margin. They came into the game -1. We talked about the defensive holes. I mean, everybody talks about the offense, Doug, and what receivers not playing, what running backs not playing. Defensively, you're talking about some big losses for LSU, and so far they have dominated at the line of scrimmage and now have forced a turnover. And as Gordy alluded to, I mean, Matt House and his staff have done a great job coaching some of these younger players up, getting the most opportunity they have in their careers at LSU to play in a football game.
And LSU has some players who, although they may not have played a lot this season, are good enough to play a lot. Were they competing against somebody lesser than the people they actually compete with, who may be gone next year, who may be injured, who may, for whatever reason, not be playing in this game? But LSU's got a lot of youngsters who are coming up, and they have some youngsters who are going to be signed, and they have one big youngster who was a freshman last year, got hurt the first game of the season, probably their best defensive lineman. So Tigers have a bright future on the defensive line.
It'll be second down.
So apparently they went under review during that injury timeout. Official review brought to you by Acme Oyster House. We didn't have the purview because of the injured player. We could not see that the official was conferring with replay, but they come back, change the call, say that was actually not a fumble. The player was down at the tackle, so Purdue will keep the football. It'll be 2nd down and 11 at the 24 as we get back to action. Here's a quick screen to the near side. Catch is made, but not going far as TJ Sheffield. LSU again right there at the point of attack, able to bring him down quickly for a loss on the play, a loss of 3. It'll be 3rd and 14 now, back at the 21-yard line. But LSU thought they had the football, but it was ruled player was down before the ball came out, so Purdue will keep it. That's a big break for Coach Brom and the Boilermakers. 3rd down and 14, though, from their own 21. Standing back, nearly intercepted across the middle of the field. The throw by Burton, he was looking for Maccabee, and Joe Fouché, great coverage, really had a chance to pull that in. I think Maccabee, Doug, had to become a defender and just keep that ball out of Fouché's hands.
Absolutely. Fouché had a really good chance at the interception. Maccabee has really played defensive back to get the ball away from him.
And it will result in another punt attempt coming up by Jack Ansel. This will be the 3rd punt of the day by Purdue, down 14-0. This one he lets go from about his own 10-yard line. Clayton calls for the fair catch and brings it in at the LSU 38-yard line. And with 8 seconds to play here in the first quarter, LSU will come out, take a snap, and then we'll head to the second quarter of action. Fans of holidays just finished up. Toyotathon is on. Experience the true joy and magic of the season in a new Toyota. Hurry into your local dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Again, 14-0. LSU with the lead over Purdue here in the 2023 Citrus Bowl from Orlando. The Tigers 146 yards total offense. Jaden Daniels 4 of 6 for 48 yards. Garrett Nussmeier came in on that last successful drive. He's 4 of 6 for 39 yards. Jaden Daniels back in control at QB. 1st down and 10 at the LSU 38-yard line. Francione out wide to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Daniels, plenty of time, stands tall in the pocket, has to check down near side to Emery. He'll make the catch at about the 40 before being pushed back there. A gain of maybe 2-3 yards, depending on the spot. Looks like they're just going to put it beyond the 40, just shy of the 41-yard line. And that'll be the final play of the first quarter. So we played 15 here in Orlando, and LSU leading by 2 scores, 14-0 over Purdue. Second quarter action coming your way after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
'Tis the season to play holiday scratch-offs from the lottery. Pick up Gnome for the holidays. Win up to $500. Get in the holiday spirit with Cheery and Bright. Top prize, $12,000. Play Crossword Gold. Win up to $30,000. Decorate your tree with Deck the Halls. Win up to $100,000. It's beginning to look a lot like winning with the holiday scratch-offs from the lottery. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Coming back here.
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Start of the second quarter here in Orlando. LSU leading Purdue 14-0 here in the 2023 Citrus Bowl. Time now to take a look at the first quarter stats presented by Hancock Whitney, official bank of LSU Athletics. Dominated by LSU. Had the opening drive. Didn't have much to show for it, but after that, LSU has put it in gear offensively through the air and on the ground. 149 yards total offense after one quarter of play, 90 through the air, 59 on the ground for LSU. For Purdue, 21 yards total offense, 4 through the air, 17 on the ground. Jaden Daniels, by the way, started the game. He's now 5 of 7 for 51 yards. Garrett Nussmeier came in on the third possession for the Tigers. He went 4 of 6, led a successful drive, ending with a Noah Cain rushing touchdown. Nussmeier throwing for 39 yards. LSU will have the football here with 2nd down and 7 at their own 41-yard line as we start second quarter play. And Jaden Daniels back in there at quarterback on that final play of the first quarter. You know, Doug, there's a lot of talk coming into this game, a chance to win 10, build some momentum going into the offseason with a great recruiting class already signed in December, a number of key players deciding to come back for LSU next season. And in this game, you get to see both quarterbacks, something we really haven't seen other than by necessity. And I think that's a pretty good move by Coach Kelly, Coach Denbrock, to let both guys get out here and play a little bit.
I think so too, because you have quarterbacks that will have an opportunity to either come back or go somewhere else next year, and you'd like to have 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them if you can get them.
2nd down and 7. Here's the screen near side to Neighbors, trying to find a little crease. Get some positive yards up to the 45-yard line on a gain of 4. That'll make it 3rd down and 3. Again, manageable for LSU. Already 3 of 5 on 3rd down so far this afternoon. Daniels working in the backfield with Emery. Now they'll send Emery out into the slot to the left side, 2 wide to the right. It's an empty backfield for Daniels. Purdue showing blitz at the line of scrimmage. We'll see if they back off here on 3rd down and 3. Daniels gets the football, sprint out to his right, throws the football, caught by Neighbors, far side, inside the 45, inside the 40, out of bounds, far side at the 38-yard line of Purdue, picks up the 1st down. Great design play, great execution, throw a little out in front of Neighbors, but as we've talked about, even though he missed the home run ball by Nussmeier, more times than not, if it's in the vicinity of his hands, he'll make the grab.
He has that great skill with his hands, and boy, it pays off a lot on long passes or on wide passes that are just a little off of the money.
Neighbors again with his 2nd big catch of the game. 17 yards on that completion. 1st down and 10 at the 38. Give it to Emery near side. Got blockers near side and leaps through some defenders inside the 35 down to about the 32-yard line. Again, Emery, you see him gathering that speed that had him so highly touted coming out of high school. He certainly's got the power to go with it. Gain of 6. It'll be 2nd down 4 at the 32. Daniels will send 2 receivers wide to the right, 2 to the left side as they scrimmage from the near side hash. Leading 14-0 with 13:16 to go. Second quarter action here in Orlando. Daniels scans the field, looks left, looks right, back to his left, throws the football. Taylor's got it at the 25 near side, splits through 2 defenders at the 10, to the 5, near side corner, touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Taylor with the score, his 3rd touchdown of the year, and LSU now makes it 20-0 with 13:03 remaining, still in the second quarter.
And he showed on that play just how important size and balance are. He caught the pass along the sideline. Tackler came up to hit him. He just bounced off of him. And then Taylor continued down the field, and he picked off people one at a time. He got to 3 before he got to the end zone. So that's all he needed. He scored the touchdown. A very, very important one for him and very important for LSU's offense.
32-yard strike. Again, Ramos been busy here so far in the first half. He'll line up. Bramlett to hold. Snap is down. He swings the leg. Kick is up, and the kick is good. Make it 21-0 LSU with 13:03 remaining here in the first half. We'll step aside, return to Orlando in just a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, Your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
21-0 LSU early on here. 13:03 remaining second quarter, putting it on the Purdue Boilermakers. Just finished up a 5-play drive spanning 62 yards, capped off by a 32-yard touchdown reception by freshman tight end Mason Taylor. Again, his 3rd score of the season. Jaden Daniels with his 17th passing touchdown of the year. 21-0. Right now, Purdue struggling to make any semblance of offense. Again, both teams' rosters depleted from 2 teams that played in their respective conference title game just a little under a month ago, but just 21 yards for Purdue so far. LSU now is up their number to 208 total yards of offense. Fans, Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold, fights for Tiger fans all across Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier, proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics. Gordy, plenty of time left in this game, but I have to imagine there's a little concern on that Boilermakers sideline. Nothing seems to be working, and LSU seems to get stronger and stronger on the offensive side and defensive side as this game gets deeper.
Yeah, I agree with you. Defensively, they can't stop LSU, and the problem is that defense is on the field entirely too much. Austin Burton looks shaky at best. He's got to settle down, and Purdue's got to find a way to run the football a little bit and give the defense a break.
Little sky kick, little short fielded at about the 8-yard line by Deion Burks. Came up the middle of the field, got to the Cheez-It logo, then tried to break it near side. Only gets to about the 26-yard line. So after the high but short kick, a 19-yard return by Burks, and Purdue now will try their hand moving left to right here on offense. Looking at first down and 10 at the 26. 12:58 remaining here in the first half. And Austin Burton, the backup quarterback, I mentioned 3 years at UCLA, 2017 through 19. Played in just 5 games this year. Best game against Florida Atlantic, 21 of 29 for 166 yards, 3 touchdowns and an interception. But that was a battle to get that victory. Shotgun snap, stands in the pocket with pressure coming, and catch over the middle at about the 29-yard line. Going to be hauled in by Sheffield, the junior out of Tennessee, and only a gain of about 3 yards. We'll set up second down and 7. Again at the 29-yard line. Greg Penn doing a pretty good job patrolling the middle of the field. Make a good open field tackle. Brings him down after not many yards after the catch. Second down and 7 at the 29. He'll send 3 receivers to the left, 1 lone receiver to the right side. Burton with a running back to his left will hand it off. They'll crossbuck near side. Trying to make a move with it is Maccabee, and stays upright. Scampers up the near sideline across the 35, eventually spilled out after picking up the first down. That was a great run by Devin Maccabee, the freshman running back. A 2-star coming into Purdue, and actually was Big Ten Freshman of the Week 2 times this season. Showed it there. It'll be first and 10 now up at the Purdue 37-yard line. Again, 2 wide to the left. 1 lone receiver split to the right side. Maccabee now will motion out of the backfield after snap. They look on the swing, nothing there. Now in trouble, Burton just going to run for his life, and he'll cross the 35 and Be pulled down right around the 36-yard line, so they'll lose a yard. Looked like, Doug, they wanted to swing it out there, but LSU did a great job coming up, covering Maccabee, and then Burton had no other outlet.
And they put pressure on Burton from the get-go and made him do something, and there was nothing really good that he could do. He did about the best that he could to pick up less than a yard.
Second down and 11, pistol formation. Now they'll try the end around with Sheffield, and LSU's there to blow it up. Another loss on this play. Going to lose 3 back inside the 35 to about the 33-yard line, is just trying to get the ball into some of the hands of their playmakers. But Harold Perkins and Micah Baskerville, too much speed. Seen too much football this year to be fooled on that one, especially Baskerville, as they combine on the tackle. It'll be 3rd and 14 for Purdue, and that number, we mentioned, only 21 yards before this drive, and now we got 28 yards, negating that nice run by Maccabee earlier in this possession. It'll be 3rd and 14 back at the Purdue 33-yard line. Trip receivers left, 1 to the right, and there's movement up front on the right side of that offensive line. And after being called for offsides on 2 occasions, this will be the second false start against Purdue in this ball game. And let's see. Is it going to go against Purdue or LSU?
False start.
Nope.
Offense number 54. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Josh Kaltenberger, sophomore out of Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania, was the guilty party. Again, LSU already has Purdue behind the chains. It'll make it 3rd and 19 now, back at the 28. Burton, deep drop in the pocket, sets up the screen, get it to Maccabee far side. He had some blockers, but LSU crashes through that wall and brings him down. Sage Ryan with a good job of fighting through those Boilermaker blockers. He only gets 8 yards, and it's going to set up 4th and about 11. And here comes the punt unit once again for Coach Brom.
Tell you, Chris, Maccabee's been the most impressive player for Purdue. He was going to Navy on scholarship from Indiana and got that preferred walk-on invitation. Coach Ryan Walters said that one of the first things he did in the first 24 hours, he told him he'll be put on scholarship next year.
Yep. Here's the punt by Hansel, and a fair catch by Clayton as he comes up to field it. Pretty good field position up around the LSU 30-yard line, and that's becoming a factor too with the inability for Purdue to move the football. LSU is starting to get better and better field position to start. It'll be 1st down and 10 from their own 30, with the Tigers leading 21-0 over Purdue. Timeout on the field. We'll return in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hey, it's Jan from Toyota, reminding you that Toyotathon is on and here to help make your holidays extra magical. How? Maybe it's driving in a Tacoma in search of the perfect hill to sled down. Or surprising loved ones in a RAV4 hybrid.
You made it!
And seeing their faces light up when you pull up to their home.
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 3rd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go.
Coming back here.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Plenty of sunshine in the Sunshine State today here in Orlando in the 2023 Citrus Bowl. As we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger Football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU
Back
Sports
in
Radio
5,
Network and the
4,
LSU Sports mobile
3,
app.
2, 1, back to you.
Happy to be with you here on the 2nd of January, 2023. Back inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth here at Camping World Stadium. LSU leading 21-0 over the Boilermakers of Purdue. Tigers 208 yards total offense. Purdue 37 yards total offense. And our crack stat guy today, Colin Lacey, just informed us at this very moment, Purdue has 7 more yards offensively than they do in penalty yards. LSU's defense has been tenacious, to say the least. Offense been pretty good as well. First down and 10 at their 30. As Jaden Daniels again will remain at QB. He'll send out Brian Thomas wide to the right. Malik Neighbors in the slot. Kyron Lacey, lone receiver, to the near side. They start middle of the field with 9:51 to go here in the second quarter. Noah Kane moves from left to right side of Daniels. Here's the shotgun snap. Again, time in the pocket, delivers. Going to be caught by Taylor at the 41-yard line. He'll run towards the far side hash, be tripped up at the 45, but a first down strike from Daniels to Taylor on a gain of 15 yards. Now we got a timeout. And looks like another Boilermaker slow to get up at the 45-yard line. Was in there on the tackle for Purdue. Can't get a number just yet. Training crew really sprinting over there quickly.
Well, sometimes you would call that a penalty, except the recipient of the biggest part of the blow was the one that committed the penalty, and that was the Purdue defensive back, as he came over and just ran right in to the receiver and took the worst of it.
So again, they're taking a look here. Clock has stopped. 9:44 remaining here in the second quarter.
Chris, that's number 26, and I'm turning to my numerical. I'm looking at my little flip chart, and naturally the 20s is torn off, so I'm going to rely on our great spotter, Jim Nickel.
Brandon Calloway, a 6'1 redshirt freshman out of Indianapolis, we believe, is the Boilermaker shaken up. And he is going to be helped gingerly to the near side by the training crew. Seems to be holding and wincing with his right arm.
Chris, an injury update for LSU. Marlon Martinez has been the center of the last 2 series. Turner was injured the series before. Do not have an official diagnosis right now. What I've been told is questionable for his return.
Martinez stepping in, the junior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Tiger fans, a reminder, stop by, see your local Southern Quality Ford dealers, and take a test drive. Get amazing deals and low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV, and let the good times roll. Not sure if they indicated a television timeout. The clock stayed on the sideline, but it appears both teams are still huddled up. But they did not step onto the field with the timeout clock. Now our crew chief, Kevin Marr, is over there talking to not the red hat today. Well, one has a red hat, but they do have red shirts. And I can't see if the clock is actually moving. So we'll try to still away for a timeout real quick. Get back. 21-0 LSU leads. They have the ball first down and 10 at their 45 here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness?
And it is a local break.
So a catchy song, of course.
I know. I've got my eye on the TV. They're in a Monday Night Football promo for TV. All right, they're back to the sideline. You will come back after this spot. Yeah.
Friendly reminder: don't drive high. If you feel different,
30 seconds
you
back.
drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. Three Islands
right,
Company,
coming
Jersey
back
City,
here.
New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back to action. First down and 10 at the 45 for LSU. And after the shotgun snap, a handoff to Noah Kane, trying to find his way to midfield. Stopped just shy at the 49-yard line. A gain of 4. It'll set up second down and 6. And again, LSU well balanced today on the offensive end. 223 yards through the air. But they've had success, including 2 of their 3 touchdowns coming on the ground. Daniels looking to throw. Drops it off and checks down to Neighbors. He'll make the grab, and Neighbors never thought he touched the turf. The whistles are blowing as Malik heads his way into the end zone, but the officials say he is down after a 5-yard gain. Looks like they'll be just shy of the first down sticks at the 46-yard line, but credit Neighbors, make him stop you. He thought he spun over on the tackler for Purdue, never touched the ground. Officials didn't agree. So it'll be third down and about a yard. Again, shotgun snap. This time Daniels keeps off the left edge. Middle of the field, stays upright. Still going inside the 15. Eventually spun down at the Purdue 9-yard line. Great job by the offensive line. Great fake by Jaden Daniels, and LSU finds themselves once again inside the Capital One red zone, knocking on the door, already leading 21-0. 37-yard scamper by Jaden Daniels, who again looks back to midseason form. Kane had to eventually track him down, the junior safety. As the chain crew now, there was a Boilermaker slow to get up way down near midfield, and chain crew now trying to get down there and at least set up the first down marker. It'll be first down goal to go at the Purdue 9-yard line as they help the injured Boilermaker over to the near sideline. Daniels ready to go. Ball middle of the field. 2 receivers to the right. Lacey lone receiver to the left. Now they'll motion Lacey left to right. Handoff going to go to Kane up the middle. Explodes to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Noah Kane with his second rushing touchdown of the game. Give him number 10 on the season. And LSU now with 38 rushing touchdowns on the year, sets a single season record. They extend the lead 27-0 over Purdue with 8:23 still remaining here in the second quarter.
He does like those Big Ten defenses, doesn't he?
Damian Ramos back out there. Try to add one more on the board here. Slade Roy will snap it back. Jay Bramblett will hold it. Here goes the operation. Placement down. Ramos puts a foot into it, and once again it's good. 28-0 LSU all over Purdue here in the Citrus Bowl with a lifetime left in this game. LSU now approaching 300 yards total offense in the first half. As Purdue, Gordy mentioned it, defensively, they just cannot stop LSU on the ground. Jaden Daniels and Garrett Nussmeier have had success throwing the football. They're combined 14 of 18 as dual quarterbacks in this game, and both have led successful touchdown drives. We got a timeout on the field, 8:23 remaining. LSU up 28-0. We'll return to Orlando after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana.
That's the last of the second quarter breaks.
All get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sausage. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sausage and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it? Running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sausage of LSU Athletics.
Looking to your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside
coming back
service
here
at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
8:23 remains here in the second quarter, and LSU putting it on Purdue, to say the least. 28-0. LSU with the lead. Tigers 278 yards total offense, 162 now through the air, 116 on the ground. Purdue so far 37 yards total offense, 16 passing, 21 on the ground. And LSU, Doug, it appears over the last 3, maybe even 4 possessions, no answer by Purdue. Just can't slow LSU down.
LSU is undoubtedly in charge of this game, you'd have to say. And, it's going to be interesting. Who are the people on the LSU team that you want to put in the game, give them an opportunity to get some experience, but you don't want to do it in such a way where Purdue perceives it as a chance to embarrass them? But in fact, that's what's happening right now. I mean, Purdue just cannot stand up to LSU when LSU has the ball, and LSU's playing well defensively and keeping Purdue from gaining any yards.
So getting set to kick the football back. A little pause in action as Dybert and special teams are making their way towards the tee, and then they hold them up. TV had not been cleared yet, so they bring them back. They'll line it up again. LSU up 28-0. Here's the kick, end over end, spinning kickoff. Going to be fielded about 3 yards deep, far side in the end zone, bringing it out. Tyron Tracy Jr., and he'll be stuffed at about the 19-yard line. So instead of taking the knee and getting to the 25, Purdue will start first down and 10 from their own 19. By the way, Jaden Daniels, big run to set up that score by Noah Kane, came with his second rushing touchdown of the season. Had that 37-yarder off the left edge down the middle of the field. Gives him 5 carries, 62 yards today, but more importantly, 880 rushing yards this season. That's the most rushing yards by a quarterback. He just surpassed John Rice Plumlee, the former Ole Miss Rebel, who now plays just down the road from here at UCF. So Jaden Daniels getting it done through the air and on the ground once again today. Mockabee going to take the handoff, and he'll get to the 20, and he'll be thrown back there. Nothing but gold helmets on that left side, Doug Morrow. And again, Mockabee, as Gordy mentioned, has been the only highlight. He's had a couple of big runs, but you can't win a running battle 1-on-6, and that's what happened just there.
It's seldom in this game, particularly at this high level, for a team to dominate another team as LSU is dominating Purdue, and it's somewhat embarrassing at this stage of the game.
Coming out, throwing across the middle, catch made at the 22, but dropped quickly by Micah Baskerville. Rashawn Rice hauled it in coming across the center of the field, but he made the grab and Baskerville made the hit. A gain of 3. It'll be 3rd down and 7. By the way, we said we'd see Fitzgerald West Jr., the freshman out of Lafayette. Came in, expected to be on the defensive front, had to use him over on the offensive line to add some depth throughout the season, but he's in there to spell Mekhi Wingo at the moment at the nose tackle. 3rd down and 7, set up a screen near side. It's going to be Mockabee trying to get to the first down sticks. Will not get there. Going to be dropped at the 29-yard line. Looked like he had a little bit of daylight on that screen, but a gain of 5 yards.
They're going to go quick.
It looks like they're going to go and line up, try to convert on 4th down. This season, 58%, 15 of 21, but time going to be called. LSU, I believe. They will burn their first time out here in the first half with 6:50 remaining, as Purdue, as Gordy mentioned, they lined up. As soon as Mockabee hit the turf, they had their offensive line ready to go, and LSU wisely will burn a timeout here on what will be 4th down and 2. And after the timeout, we'll see if Purdue decides to come and go for it or send out the punt unit.
Yeah, they're going to switch. They're assembling the punt unit. Offense is already heading back to the bench. They're going to go ahead and punt the ball.
So Brian Kelly, wise use of the timeout there. Again, I think LSU feels pretty good about 4th down and 2, albeit. But they certainly decide, let's go ahead and force him to punt. And after the timeout, that's what it appears Purdue is set up to do, with Jack Ansel standing back at the 15-yard line of his own. Gregory Clayton Jr. for LSU stands at the 30 of the Tigers. A chance again to maybe add to this increasing field position advantage for LSU. And they fake it and trying to run up the middle, getting a extra push. And it looks like they're going to be able to get the first down as they move the ball up to the 34-yard line. So you kind of felt like LSU forced them to call a timeout, bring the offense on the sideline, bring out the punt unit. But they're still going to try something. Why not? What do they got to lose at this point? They snapped it to the up back, Jack Sullivan. And picked up 5 yards.
A little success for Purdue, and that's good. Because what it does, it makes LSU try that much harder. They, you get to the point where you're thinking, well, we're beating them so bad, we don't want to embarrass them. But now they do something like that, and so you're ready to embarrass them again.
So on first down, Burton, pressure comes in the pocket. He'll unload, well overthrown to Sheffield up near midfield far side. That'll make it 2nd down and 10 from the Purdue 34-yard line. Again, LSU a little thin coming into this defensively on the back end of the defense. Jay Ward switching from the up safety to a corner today. First, Jarek Bernard Converse has had a good season. He's the corner on the other side of the field. But a little thin at safety on 2nd down and 10. Long throw to the near side, caught at the 39 and spilled out of bounds by Major Burns. Is going to be TJ Sheffield. Gain of 7. That'll make it 3rd down and 3. A little more manageable. Here's Purdue trying to show a pulse, down 28-0. They've eclipsed the 50-yard mark. They now have 51 yards total offense in the ball game. They trail 28-0. 5:35 remaining, 2nd quarter action. 3rd and 2 from their own 42. Burton motions a receiver left to right. That's Deion Burks. Shotgun snap. Burton flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his right, still looking downfield. Now nowhere to go. Going to be hit from behind, and then his helmet comes off as he's thrown into Joe Fouché, and they're going to throw flags everywhere. And now we got some pushing and shoving after the play. And I got to tell you, the helmet did come off of Burton, but he was hit from the back, pushed to the ground, and as Fouché was coming up, he collided, I believe his knee or his leg caught the helmet, flipped it off, and that did not please a lot of Purdue, especially their offensive line. But that was inadvertent. Maybe the push from behind they didn't like. But Fouché really didn't do anything wrong. He was just standing there. And the official's going to talk about it. It looks like it's going to be a penalty.
Personal foul, targeting, defense number 13. The previous play is under further review.
Wow, then I must have missed that bad.
No, that was not targeting.
I thought he ran into Fouché. So they are going to review this for targeting. Another official review, Acme Oyster House review here, and trying to get a look at it ourselves here in the booth. Again, Fouché technically didn't make the tackle. Burton was hit from behind and went flying forward and ran into Fouché. He ran into his leg. I believe it's Fouché's leg that knocked the helmet off. Looking at it again.
That's a terrible call. I mean, his head wasn't even in play. I mean, if anything, because Burton fell, Fouché brought both of his arms up and hit and kind of to protect himself because Burton was going towards his leg, but his helmet did not come into play.
No, he was pushed from behind by Baskerville, and Burton went flying, and then Fouché, literally watching the replay from the backside, looked like he was trying to slow it up.
After further review, there is no foul for targeting. It'll be 1st down and 10.
Well, good job. At least review did its job there, because that would have been a stunner and would have been so egregious against Joe Fouché, who, as we said, really wasn't in on the tackle. It was Baskerville that pushed Burton forward. Fouché just happened to be standing there, and that's where Burton hit him. In fact, an argument could be made, gentlemen, that after being pushed by Micah Baskerville, it was Burton inadvertently leading with the helmet. Nonetheless, I digress. First down and 10 at the 44.
You think that wouldn't last very long, do you?
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Now we have a halt in action. And I don't know, maybe Burton's a little shaken up.
Since there was no foul for targeting, number 12 has to sit out of play by rule.
Yeah, that's right. So they'll have to put in the backup quarterback, Michael Alemo. Alemo, a sophomore out of Montvale, New Jersey, was a 4-star coming out of high school, but only saw action in 2 games this year. So Burton will come over, has to check out for a play, and on first down and 44, it'll be the 3rd-string quarterback this season, backpedaling and just throwing this one away into the Purdue sideline. It'll be second down and 10 at the 44 as Alemo got put on his backside there. Purdue fans thought it maybe have been late by Greg Penn, but there are no hankies on the field at the moment. So we expect Burton to check back in after sitting out for a play. And he'll stare down second down and 10 at the 44 with his team down 28-0 and 5:07 remaining here in the second quarter. Coming up at the half, Super One Foods halftime report. Reminder, Super One Foods has super low prices on all your game day favorites. Up your grocery game and score big with Super One Foods. So now Austin Burton back in behind center. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Now they'll motion Burks right to left. Here's the snap. Handoff going to be Maccabee coming near side. Got a little bit of a hole, but then dropped quickly right at midfield. And they'll be shy of the midfield stripe, stopped at the 49. Purdue still trying to cross the 50-yard line for the first time today. Maccabee gave a great effort, but they're going to be at their own 49 looking at 3rd down and 5. Purdue in no hurry here. There's clock running down, 4 minutes, 35 seconds. Burton now will line up the troops. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Motion Maccabee out of the backfield to the left side. Burton fires across the middle. Catch going to be made. And the first time today, Purdue reaches LSU territory. Grab made by Tyrone Tracy, the senior out of Indianapolis. And he picks up the first down. It'll be first and 10 at the 41.
And a well-thrown pass, good route, right in the middle of the defense. It's a kind of completion that Purdue needs to make if they want to get back in any way in this game.
Again, Maccabee exits at the snap left side, and Burton throwing deep down the far sideline. It's incomplete. Intended receiver, Mershawn Rice. Pretty good coverage down the sideline by LSU that time. It's Jay Ward and Joe Fouché covering the field. As we mentioned, Ward playing cornerback today. Fouché, the safety over the top. Second down and 10 now from the LSU 41-yard line. Purdue trying to get on the board here, trailing 28-0. Under 4 minutes to go before halftime. 2 receivers left for the Boilermakers. 1 receiver right. Shotgun snap. Pulling and dropping it off in the flat to the tight end is going to be Burton. It'll be Paul Fury, junior out of Villa Park, California. He'll make his first grab of the game, his 10th reception of the year. And picks up 11 yards and moves the chains for Purdue. Again, having to replace Payne Durham, the starting tight end this season, who had 56 catches, 560 yards, and 8 scores. That task being handed off to Pafiri and Bieber today. First and 10 at the 30 for Purdue. Their best drive of the day thus far. Burton steps back in the pocket, fires towards the end zone, intercepted at the 1-yard line. Jarek Bernard Converse has it far side across the 20 up to the 25-yard line. You talk about playing center field. Jarek Bernard Converse just waiting at the goal line. Burton trying to lead the receiver towards the promised land. An easy INT for Bernard Converse, his second pick of the season, and returns it 24 yards. LSU will have it first down and 10 up near their own 30. As Purdue's best drive of the day goes awry with the turnover. They now fall to -1 turnover margin on the year. They came in even after 13 games this season. So LSU showed a little bit of give defensively. Credit some big plays by Burton, the quarterback, but they come up empty. Now there, I believe, is a flag down.
Yeah, it's an XF celebration. You see, you in the NFL, you can run down after a turnover and go pose for the camera. Can't do that in college football. They did that, came to the end zone in front of the Tiger fans, and promptly got a flag.
Yeah, they went down into the tunnel.
The ruling on the field is an interception by the defense. after the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. LSU number 24, that's his first of the game. Half the distance to the goal. First down LSU.
So the turnover will stand, and we'll lose a little yardage here on the excessive celebration after Bernard Converse celebrating his second interception of the season.
And Brian Kelly's letting him have it. I mean, that's the rule. I mean, look, I'm against the rule. I think you ought to have a little bit of fun within reason. But Coach Kelly letting him have it up 28-0.
Yeah, he is hot talking to Kevin Marr over there down around the 19-yard line. Well, maybe a little cheesy, but it is the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. What do you expect? Backs up LSU, first down and 10 at their own 12. We'll see Garrett Nussmeier again take over the keys to what has been a very efficient offensive vehicle today for LSU so far in the first half. 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right side, single back John Emery. Now Taylor, the tight end, going to motion left to right along the formation as Nussmeier gets the shotgun snap, fires it to Taylor, and Taylor steps across the 15, out of bounds far side at about the 18-yard line. Picks up 6. It'll be second down and 4 for LSU with 3:02 and the clock moving here in the second quarter. Coming up on that Super One Foods halftime report, we'll get you up to date on bowl games. Pretty big one going on. Where is that one? Over in Dallas, going on as we speak today. Get you up to date on bowl games and all the stats and highlights of this first half. Coming out throwing again. Nussmeier fires it. Kyron Lacey just inside the 30-yard line, far side, able to keep his feet, hole it in, and they'll move him to the 30. He picks up the first down. 13-yard gain. Lacey with his first catch of the afternoon. Had a target earlier and just couldn't come up with it. First down and 10 now at the LSU 30. Still 2:20 remaining here in the second quarter, and LSU with 2 timeouts in their hip pocket. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Nussmeier, time in the pocket. Fields it, throws near side. Neighbors with another grab at the 41. Pulled down by the ankles at the 45-yard line by Bryce Hampton. But right now, Nussmeier and Daniels, easy pickings against this Purdue defense throwing the football. They've been very effective. In fact, Daniels 10 of 12, 123 yards. Nussmeier 7 of 9 before that last pass. Again, very efficient receivers after a couple of drops early, honing in on the football. First down and 10 now at the LSU 45-yard line. Neighbors motions at the snap. He'll get the handoff. He's looking to throw. Malik throws downfield. Catch made by Lacey at the Purdue 23-yard line. Breaks a couple of tackles inside the 15. Stays upright down to the Purdue 10-yard line. Little gadget bag for the Tigers. Little end around and a throw down the field. Neighbors, pretty good arm, had to throw that one a good ways. It's first down, goal to go now at the Purdue 10-yard line. The Tigers once again inside the Capital One red zone.
That's a let's have fun during the bowl game play.
Thomas out wide to the left, Lacey out wide to the right. Nussmeier again feels the pressure, steps up, drops it off Thomas. He's off and running to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 5th touchdown of the year by Brian Thomas. And Nussmeier adds another, his 4th passing touchdown of the year, and it's 34-0 LSU with 1:07 to go before the half. 10-yard strike, and everything working for LSU so far here in this first half. Purdue, absolutely no answers. The Tigers now 365 yards total offense. Purdue, their best drive of the day, ends with an interception at the goal line. They've got 87 yards of offense, the majority of that coming in that last drive. Waiting on the snap to Bramblett. He'll place it down. Ramos kicks it up, and it's good. It's 35-0 Fighting Tigers here in the Citrus Bowl with 1:07 remaining in the first half. Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow mentioned it. That last play, a little gadget play, having a little fun here, showing Malik Neighbors' ability to throw downfield. And LSU, again, able to do whatever they want so far against the Boilermakers.
Yeah, this Purdue defense is gassed. I told you that with 8 minutes left in the second quarter. They've been out there a long time, and they look out of whack. Obviously, their whole coaching staff has gone to Louisville, and they've had breakdowns and coverages back there. They've allowed big plays, and certainly a trick play like that. When you've been on the field as much as you have the first half, you're not on the same page. You're going to give up those big plays.
Purdue coming into this Citrus Bowl, giving up just 350 yards per game on average. And LSU, as I mentioned already, well above that. And we've got another half of football and then some. 365 yards again for LSU. Dybert, left-footed kick, and gets all of this one. Takes a bounce in the back of the end zone, and Purdue will set up shop once again. First down and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Coming up before we open up the Super One Foods halftime report at the end of the second quarter, Gordy Rush will have a chance to visit with head coach Brian Kelly. I know he was upset about that excessive celebration call, but outside of that, he's got to be thrilled with the way this first half have gone so far for his squad. Purdue huddles up. Again, just 87 yards offense, 54 through the air, 33 on the ground. Time of possession, how about this? 33 minutes, 43 seconds for LSU, 13 minutes, 14 seconds for the Boilermakers. Nearly a pick on first down as Burton fired to the right side looking for Maccabee, the running back, and Baskerville jumped the route, just couldn't hold on. Maybe Maccabee had a little defense again to try to keep him from getting that clear, but that was a dangerous play, an inch or two away from a pick six. It'll be second down and 10 at the 25. Two wide to the right, one to the left. Burton, swing pass Maccabee near side. Got a block he needed up to the 30. Puts his head down, delivers a hit at the 35, goes down at the 36-yard line. A gain of 11. Major Burns eventually made the tackle. That'll move the chains for Purdue here with 56 seconds. And Gordy said it earlier, Maccabee has really been the lone highlight. 6 carries, 26 yards, a couple of catches as they throw out into the flat once again, left side. Grab going to be made by Abdur-Rahim Yassin. Gain of 8, so it sets up second down and 2. Here's Purdue trying to work quickly. Only 39 seconds with the clock moving here in the second quarter. They bunch 4 receivers to the left. Empty backfield, and Burton in trouble. Going to go down way back at the 30-yard line. Great job by LSU that they anticipated wanting to go downfield. Xavier Carter coming off the left edge of that defensive front, able to get there and bring down Burton for the first sack of the ball game. A loss of 12 on the play, and looks like timeout taken with 30 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. But you saw that empty backfield, Doug, really for one of the few times today by Purdue as they were having a little success throwing the football. And on second down and 2, it's one of those plays where if you're going to go deep, do it on second and 2. And LSU sensed that. Matt House dialed it up, and Xavier Carter with a huge sack, his first of the season.
I bet they don't run that protection anymore. LSU had about 3 or 4 rushers, and of course the freshman phenom is the one who kind of led the pack, but LSU had 4 people in on the tackle themselves, so I don't know that Purdue wants to challenge that. The LSU seems to bounce back pretty quickly when they're challenged.
3rd and 14 after that 12-yard loss. They were looking at second and 2. Now 3rd and a cab right here, back at their 32-yard line with just 32 seconds remaining. His play resumes. Again, an empty backfield. Burton pump fakes. He's in trouble. Goes down again. Down at the 23-yard line. Mekhi Wingo with his 3rd sack of the season. Hard to stop a train. Hard to stop Mekhi Wingo. If you don't get a couple of bodies on him, a loss of 8. So back-to-back plays, loss of 20 yards. Another timeout to preserve 14 seconds on the clock. It'll be 4th and 22. And Purdue will stare down here in the waning moments of the second quarter. One of the stories we talked about, we mentioned it already, the depletions on the roster for LSU. And for the most part, those players opting out to move to the next level and prepare for the NFL draft. And Coach Brian Kelly has said he will always support his team and his teammates and his players' decisions. Purdue, however, comes in really depleted. Not only were they losing key players on both sides of the ball, lost their head coach, lost their defensive coordinator as the punt lifted, spinning, angled near side. Clayton backpedaling, hauls it in. Nice punt there. Line drive punt, but Clayton hauls it in around the 30-yard line. But Purdue, really a lot of depletions on their roster, and it's showing here in this first half with LSU dominating 35-0. Just 20 seconds remain before we move to halftime. So the Tigers will come out. We've seen both quarterbacks today. Both quarterbacks have performed very well. Neighbors even in on the throwing game. He had the end around and throwback to Lacey to set up a score. Neighbors 1 for 1, had that 45-yard hitter. Nussmeier 8 of 10 for 81 yards, and Daniels 10 of 12 for 123 yards. So with just 20 seconds, Daniels comes in, takes the snap, takes the knee, and that'll end the first half of action here in Orlando. And it's all LSU, 35-0. They lead over the Purdue Boilermakers. Coming up, we'll go down on the field. Gordy Rush will have a chance to talk with head coach Brian Kelly. Again, has to be thrilled with the ability of his team to focus, be locked in, attention to details, and outside of the opening drive of this game, they have been top-notch and have handled Purdue in just about every way possible. Coach Kelly still talking with the officials now as he heads towards the LSU locker room. We'll be talking to him after he finishes up with the TV crew. But LSU 364 yards total offense in the first half. Purdue again on the season giving up 350 yards per game on average. Have had no answer for Jaden Daniels, for Garrett Nussmeier, for Malik Neighbors, and the rest. Purdue just 86 yards total offense and just 13 yards on the ground. Again, a team that typically likes to air the football out, but without some of their key personnel from earlier this season, even the passing game not working, and offered up an interception late here in the second quarter that eventually led to another LSU touchdown. Tigers have done it on the ground. They've done it through the air. Let's go to Gordy Rush.
All right, thank you, Chris. Coach, dominant first half of football. Let's start on offense. Both quarterbacks look sharp.
Yeah, and I think, the first drive we were a little tentative and, timing. Once we got our timing down, I thought we executed at a high level. I thought we made some good checks. We had some pressure situations where the quarterbacks got us into some really good plays. And then we made some plays. Malik has a drop, but, he doesn't put his head down and comes back and makes a great play the next. That's the kind of things we have. You're going to make some mistakes, come back the next play, and I think that's what our guys are doing. On defense, I'm just proud of the group. We've had to put in a 3-down defense that we've never run before, and they're executing really well.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Chris?
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you, Coach. That's the halftime interview presented by Capital One, proud supporter of LSU Athletics. What's in your wallet? LSU living pretty good at the moment. 35-0 they lead over Purdue. We're at halftime here at the Citrus Bowl in Orlando. The Super One Foods halftime report comes your way next, and we'll get you ready for the second half. Our score at the break, LSU 35, Purdue 0 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
What's the best way to accomplish a common goal? Teamwork. When a team works together, they can do anything with the right leadership. That's why all of us at Janny King, the King of Clean, are excited for this season. At Janny King, our team has been working together for over 35 years, cleaning your offices, schools, buildings, churches, and even this campus and stadium. Let our team help your team. Go to JannyKingCleans.com and trust your clean to the king. That's JannyKingCleans.com.
Janny King, the King of Clean.
2023 is a great year to be a People's Health member. There are no premiums and no deductibles. Expanded network of doctors, specialists, dentists, and vision providers. Enhanced dental benefits, including $0 for fillings, extractions, and dentures. With the flexibility to see dentists out of network. Plus, now use your OTC benefit to shop in-store at more than 55,000 national retailers. Call People's Health, 1-855-821-2666.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Welcome into the Super One Foods Halftime Report with exclusive live coverage of LSU Fighting Tiger football in the Citrus Bowl from Orlando. Here now is Brian Haldane with a Caesars Sportsbook Bowl update from the Capital One studio on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Yeah, we are bringing it back to the Capital One Studios for your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard update presented for the people by Caesars. Got two other games that are going on right now. USC is up big on Tulane over in the Cotton Bowl. 28-14, the Trojans lead. That game, like our game, is at halftime. 9 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, and we've got a tight one over in the the ReliaQuest Bowl. Illinois and Mississippi State deadlocked at 10 apiece. So, 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter of that one, and Mississippi State and Illinois are tied at 10. Coming up a little bit later on today, 4 p.m. is your kickoff on this one. Number 11-ranked Penn State taking on 8th-ranked Utah. That will be in the Rose Bowl game for a 4 p.m. kickoff, and that is your slate of bowl games. Our score, once again, LSU 35, Purdue nothing at halftime, and that is your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard. The Super One Foods halftime show will continue right after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused.
Yes, I am.
Play, and you
are
all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown!
That is correct, sir.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
Back with more on the Super One Foods Halftime Report from the Citrus Bowl in Orlando on the LSU Sports Radio Network. From the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth, here again is Doug Morrow.
It's halftime. LSU leading 35-0. And it's been the blowout that you expected that you would see, but happened pretty quickly and happened pretty decisively. Let me give you the scoring summary from the first half of today's game. LSU started it out, and of course LSU is the only one who has started it out because there's been no other score by the opposition. The Tigers in the first quarter at the 7:01 mark scored a touchdown. It's a rush. John Emery with a 1-yard rush. It was a 63-play drive, 63-yard drive, 10 plays, 5 minutes, 27 seconds to make the score 7-0.
Down goal to go at the 1-yard line. LSU quickly lining up Daniels. Purdue just now getting set. Handed off. It'll be Emery. Tried to go upright, got blocked, and then goes in for a second effort. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. John Emery busts through for his 6th rushing touchdown of the season. And LSU strikes first here in the Citrus Bowl. 6-0 with 7:01 remaining.
And Ramos, of course, kicked the extra point to make the score 7-0. LSU with the second score in the first quarter at the 12:27 mark. Kane with a 9-yard rush to conclude an 8-play, 67-yard drive. The extra point by Ramos was good to make the score 14-0.
They're first down at 5 at the 9-yard line, rather. They can reach just inside the 5 with the first down, but they'll hand it off to Kane. He has a huge hole, and right down the far side hash, you'll find the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Had another rushing touchdown for this Tiger team. Noah Kane reaches his 9th rushing score of the season, and it's 13-0 LSU with a minute 6 to go here in the first quarter.
In the second quarter at the 12:27 mark, a pass to Mason Taylor, 32-yard reception thrown by Daniels. 5 plays, 62 yards on the drive. Took up 15 minutes to make the score 21-0.
Second quarter action here in Orlando. Daniels scans the field, looks left, looks right, back to his left, throws the football. Taylor's got it at the 25 near side, splits through 2 defenders at the 10, to the 5, near side corner, touchdown, Fighting Tigers.
10 seconds back.
Taylor with the score, his 3rd touchdown of the year, and LSU now makes it 20-0 with 13:03 remaining, still in the second quarter.
In the second quarter again, 8 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock. Kane with a 9-yard rush to conclude a 5-play, 70-yard drive, consuming 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Extra point by Ramos was good. LSU leads 27-0.
2 receivers to the right, Lacey lone receiver to the left. Now they'll motion Lacey left to right. Handoff going to go to Kane up the middle. Explodes to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Noah Kane with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game. Give him number 10 on the season. And LSU now with 38 rushing touchdowns on the year since a single season record. They extend the lead 27-0 over Purdue with 8:23 still remaining here in the second quarter.
And, of course, with the extra point, that made it 28-0. I misspoke and tell you 27. It's 28 with the extra point. And LSU concluded the scoring in the second quarter, the 12:27 mark. Thomas with a 10-yard reception by Nussmeier. 5 plays, 87 yards on the drive. Extra point by Ramos was good to make the score at half 35-0.
Thomas out wide to the left, Lacey out wide to the right. Nussmeier again feels the pressure, steps up, drops it off Thomas. He's off and running to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 5th touchdown of the year by Brian Thomas. And Nussmeier adds another, his 4th passing touchdown of the year, and it's 34-0 LSU with a minute 7 to go before the half.
And with the extra point, of course, 35-0, and that's the score at halftime. LSU 35-0 lead. The band out on the field entertaining the crowd, and I'm going to be back with the team statistics of the first half of today's game after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We continue on the Super One Foods halftime report from the Citrus Bowl in Orlando on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
35-0 LSU leading Purdue here at halftime. Beautiful day, and Purdue's band out on the field just concluded their entertainment of the crowd. It's the only Purdue entertainment that the crowd has seen in this game today. 35-0 LSU leading. Let me give you the team statistics from the first half. First downs, LSU 17, Purdue had 7. Rushing, LSU with 16 carries, 115 yards. Purdue 14 and a total of 13 yards. That's 14, a total of 13. That's less than a yard a play. Not very good. Passing yards, 16 for LSU for 115 yards. Purdue 14 for 13 in passing yards. 249 yards for LSU, 73 for Purdue. LSU completed 19 of 23 passes. Purdue 11 of 21 with 1 interception. Total offense, LSU 39 plays, 364 yards. Purdue 35 plays, 86 yards. 121 kickoff return for 22 yards for LSU, 239 for Purdue. Interception returns, LSU 1 for 23. Punts, LSU only had to punt one time for 50 yards. Purdue 5 for 42 yards. Penalties, LSU 2 for 17 yards. Purdue 4 for 30 yards. Time of possession, LSU 44 minutes, 24 seconds. Purdue 2 for 222. Third down conversions, LSU 5 of 17. Purdue 3 of 9. So there you have the team statistics. I'll be back with the individual stats and the second half kickoff after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey Tiger fans, we're Dudley DeBosier.
And we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Cheering on the Tigers is a Louisiana tradition.
There's nothing better than a good tailgate with great friends, followed by a huge LSU victory.
Whether you're from Shreveport or Houma, New Orleans or Baton Rouge, come game day, we're all pulling for the purple and gold.
Demand different. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112228.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This has been the Super One Foods Halftime Report. Second half action of LSU Fighting Tiger football in the Citrus Bowl is just moments away on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Here we go.
35-0, LSU leading Purdue at halftime. Both teams out on the field loosening up to prepare for the second half. And let me give you the individual statistics from the first half of today's game. For LSU, Jaden Daniels, 5 carries, 62 yards, a net of 62, an average of 12.4 yards per rush. Noah Kane, 6 for 39 yards, an average of 6.5. John Emery, 4 for 15 yards, an average of 3.8. For Purdue, Devin Maccabee, 6 carries, 26 yards, an average of 4.3. Jack Sullivan, 1 for 5, an average of 5. Dylan Dowling, 1, no yards on that. TJ Sheffield, 1 for 3 yards, average of .310. Passing for Purdue, Austin Burton, 11-20, 1 interception, a total of 73 yards, along of 11 yards, a sack for 3 yards. Michael Alalmo, 0 for 1. For LSU, Jaden Daniels, 10 of 20, 123 yards for a touchdown. Garrett Nussmeier, 8 of 10 for 81 yards and a touchdown. Receiving, Malik Neighbors, 8 targets, 7 receptions, 80 yards. Mason Taylor, 6 targets, 5 receptions, 88 yards. Karen Lacey, 3 for 2 yards. Brian Thomas, 3 for 2, 16 yards. Devin Maccabee for Purdue, 5 targets, 3 receptions, 26 yards. TJ Sheffield, 4 targets, 3 yards, 3 receptions, 8 yards. Mershawn Rice, 4 for 2. So there you have the statistics. LSU's team is going to be kicking off to start the second half. Remember, they received the kick to start the game, slowed off, real slow to coming off of the bus, but they finally got back in the spring of things with about 3 or 4 minutes left in the first quarter, and it's been smooth sailing for LSU so far. So the Tigers will be kicking off. They're kicking from our right to our left as we look down on this field. Purdue's going to be receiving left to right here in the third quarter. So it's been a complete whitewash so far by LSU, 35-0 at halftime. We'll have to see what happens to unfold here in the second half. Tigers all lined up, ready to kick it off. Purdue ready to receive. Here to give you all the play-by-play, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Start of the third quarter. Dybert with the approach, and here's the left-footed kick. End over end, and once again, bounces out of the back of the end zone. And Purdue will start first down and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Doug just ran through the stats. Again, the score is 35-0, but the stats tell the story. 364 yards total offense for the Tigers, 86 for Purdue, and that time of possession, sometimes a meaningless stat, but this one also tells the story. Nearly 45 minutes to 14 and a half. Here's a pistol formation for Burton to start on first down and 10. And Maccabee will get the handoff. Stays upright after slipping behind the line of scrimmage, and eventually he stopped at the 30. Ball squirted out, but he was already down on the field after a gain of 6. Maccabee now with 32 yards rushing on the day. Got good size and really good speed. 6 feet, 195 pounds, as Gordy told us earlier. Walked on at Purdue, but new head coach Ryan Walters, been the DC over the last 2 years at Illinois, says you're going to be on scholarship, you stay here. Here's the throw into the far flat. A little behind the intended receiver, Deion Burks, and goes right through his hands and incomplete. And just like that, it's third down and 5 from the Purdue 30-yard line. LSU again on that back end of the defense. Greg Brooks, Joe Fouché, Major Burns. On 3rd and 5, Burton again out of the shotgun. Here's an option pitch near side to Maccabee, trying to get to the 35. Going to be cut down on the near sideline by Greg Brooks Jr. And gains only 3 yards. That'll leave it 4th and 2. And again, looks like Purdue. Again, you're down 35-0. Trying to find some type of positivity. They'll try to go for it on 4th down. A little less than 2 yards. Give it to Maccabee. He'll be hit behind and dropped. Did not make it. Turnover on down, should be LSU football. Died to reach the 35, stopped at the 34, but there is a flag down way
substitution,
downfield.
Defense number 17, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Maybe the biggest roar of the day for the Boilermaker fans here is that penalty against LSU, and it looked like the 4th down stop, but that penalty will allow Purdue to keep this drive going.
LSU remembers that 1st down that Purdue got off of a 4th down, and they're trying to sneak an extra defender in there. Didn't work the way they wanted to.
Here's a play fake on 1st and 10, looking to set up the screen to Maccabee, but it was overthrown. A couple of Boilermakers, the offensive linemen in the vicinity, but their back was to the football, and obviously not eligible receivers, but that time he was able to suck up the LSU defense, but the throw off the mark. Otherwise, Maccabee probably makes a play out of that. 2nd down and 10 at the 39. Two wide to the right, including the tight end. 2 wide receivers, wide side of the field to the left. Shotgun snap. Again, they're going to ride the Maccabee, the running back. He'll come up the near side and get drug out of bounds just shy of the 45-yard line on a pretty vicious hit that time by Joe Fouché, driving the big running back into the Purdue bench. Textbook tackle, however, and a gain of 5. Looking at 3rd down and 5 of the Boilermakers. Only one possession today has reached into LSU territory. That one eventually ended on an interception at the goal line by Jarek Bernard Combers late in that 2nd quarter. Working 3rd down and 5 from their own 44. Again, deep drop. Burton on the run. Drops it off at the 45. Catch going to be made, but running out of room is Sheffield. He'll step on the boundary near side. And only picked up 1 yard. Micah Baskerville breathing down the neck of Burton once again. And that'll be 4th and about 4. And again, Purdue, they've seen enough of their punter, Ansel, who was very busy in the 1st half. It looks like Purdue going to just keep the offense out there and try to get something going. It'll be 4th and 4, just beyond their own 45-yard line. Again, just converted on 4th down moments ago to keep this drive going. Burton calls for the snap, looking left, throws across the middle, and nearly intercepted again right at midfield. Micah Baskerville saw the quarterback's eyes cut across the field from the right side. Burks was coming from the left, and Baskerville maybe a half second away from picking that one off. And it's a turnover on downs. LSU will have it on the Purdue side of the field after we step aside for a timeout. 12:25 remaining, just underway 3rd quarter. LSU up 35-0 here in the Citrus Bowl on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Coming back here.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
First half of action, LSU dominated 35-0. They led at the break. Purdue gets the opening kickoff. Gets close to midfield, but after converting on 1 4th down, they try it again and come up empty. 7 plays, 20 yards. Turnover on downs. LSU will take over. First down at 10 at the Purdue 45-yard line. A quick check of the Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard. Mississippi State and Illinois battling in the ReliaQuest Bowl. It's all 10-10 with 1:28 to go in the fourth quarter. Willie Fritz and Tulane hanging tough with USC in the Cotton Bowl Classic, 28-21. Southern Cal with the lead, 11:55 to go early there in the third quarter. Penn State and Utah coming up later this evening. First down at 10 at the 45. It'll be Jaden Daniels behind center, and he's going to air this one out far side. One-on-one coverage looking for Thomas, but it's incomplete. A little inadvertent pushing and shoving on both players' parts down around the 5-yard line as Thomas trying to get free. It'll be second down 10 at the 45. Both quarterbacks, as Brian Kelly told Gordy Rush going into the locker room, have been very efficient today. Daniels with that misfire, 10 of 13 on the afternoon. Nussmeier, 8 of 10. Here's a throw that's errant by Daniels. Quick hitter to Lacey, and it was well out of his reach near side at the 40-yard line. Lacey outstretched arms, couldn't get a finger on it.
Chris, seeing a little action out. True freshman, number 24, Landon Ibieta out of Mandeville High School, was injured early in camp, and they were going to redshirt him, but with the new rule, he can play today and still get redshirted, so he's spelling these 3 wide receivers who've gone most of the way today.
Ibieta out wide to the right. Malik Neighbors in the slot. Kyron Lacey, as we mentioned once again, wide to the left side. Third down and 10 at the 45. Tigers have been efficient on third down. Need to find one here as Daniels will drop it off, and Ibieta will catch it at the 40. Purdue, with great pursuit, will bring him down right near the 35-yard line. And it will be a 10-yard gain, and Ibieta, his name gets mentioned. He makes a play, and it's a first down and 10 for LSU. First and 10 at the 35. Javon Grigsby was in on the tackle for Purdue out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Made the stop, but not before Ibieta reached the first down sticks. First down and 10. Daniels on the keeper left side. This time he's put down at the 30-yard line as Bryce Hampton led the charge. Picks up the tackle for Purdue. Gain of 4. It'll be second down and 6 as we roll under 11.5. Still here in the third quarter. Golden Band from Tigerland making some noise over in the left corner down at the LSU logoed end zone. We'll see Jack Mashburn check in for Mason Taylor at tight end. He'll be in the slot to the left side. Brian Thomas and Neighbors out wide to the right. Setting up the long screen pass to Thomas. He'll make the grab and make his way down to the 24-yard line. Another first down on the quick hitter. Long throw that time by Daniels on the money. And a 7-yard gain sets up LSU first down and 10 now at the Purdue 24-yard line. And Gordy Rush mentioned it midway, really with about 8 minutes to go in the second quarter, that Purdue's defense looked weary. And again, didn't look like halftime gave them enough of a spell. They still look a little sluggish here with LSU marching deeper into Boilermaker territory. First down and 10 at the 24. Daniels, 3 steps, launches the football towards the end zone. Going up for it is Neighbors, but it's incomplete in the front left corner. Childers was on coverage, and Neighbors climbed the ladder, tried to come over the top. Allen was there with safety help, but he couldn't hold on. It'll be 2nd down 10 at the 24.
Neighbors had a little seam between the defender and himself. Had the pass been thrown just a little bit longer, would have been a touchdown because he was in position to make the catch, but the ball was thrown short enough where the defender was able to get his body between the ball and Neighbors.
Motion Mashburn, the tight end at the snap. Handoff to Kane. Kane right side to the 20. Breaks a couple of tackles to the 15. Trying to spin out of another tackle. He eventually makes his way down to the 13-yard line. And we'll pick up 11 yards on the carry and put LSU with 1st and 10 inside the Capital One red zone once again today. Tigers came into the year 86% inside the red zone. 71% of the time they come away with touchdowns. And today, they've been perfect inside the Capital One red zone. Leading 35-0, 9:55, clock moving here in the 3rd quarter. Thomas motions right to left behind the formation to give again to Kane to the 10, upended down around the 5-yard line between the hash marks. 8-yard gain. Cam Allen, safety, a senior out of Bluefield, Virginia, able to finally get Kane on the turf. He and both John Emery have been elusive and powerful today in the run game. And John Emery now will spell Noah Kane. So Emery back out on the field at running back. 2nd down and 2. Marked at the 5-yard line. Ball middle of the field. Emery on the right wing of Jaden Daniels in the shotgun. Now Jaden identifies the defensive front, steps up. Nope, it's going to be a direct snap to Emery, and he'll give it to Neighbors. Neighbors looking to throw his second pass. Throw back to Daniels. Front right corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Malik Neighbors 2 for 2. Throwing the football. This time he gives it to Jaden Daniels, who has thrown touchdowns, ran for touchdowns. Now put it in the column. He can catch a touchdown. 41-0 LSU extends the lead with 9:21 remaining.
It is fun to watch them like that, isn't it? These are not trick plays. These are very basic, sound plays, but they're catching Purdue off guard because they're not prepared for it.
No, they hand it off to Emery. He runs near side. Purdue sends everybody to that side of the field and gives it back to Malik, and Malik's starting to like throwing the football a little bit. A little high snap, but placed down by Bramblett, and Ramos splits the uprights. And that will make it an even 42-0. Fighting Tigers of LSU with 9:21 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. We saw some fresh jerseys out there for LSU, including Ibieta, who had the big conversion catch to get the 1st down. Saw Jack Mashburn in at tight end. We may see a few more before we're done today. 42-0 LSU leads. Timeout on the field. Back to Orlando after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
From Baton Rouge to Bastrop, Woman's Hospital is bringing mammograms closer to home and closer to you. With our mobile mammography coaches traveling to 31 parishes throughout Louisiana, scheduling your annual mammogram is easier than ever before. Visit womans.org/mammogram or call 225-401-3849 today to request your appointment. That's 225-401-3849.
Play our lucky numbers with 7-11-21. Win up to $2,100. Winnings with a twist. Play the new Fruit Twist Scratch-Offs. Win up to $12,000. Twist and count your winnings today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Is your business growing? And are you in need of more space? Are you looking to expand your commercial real estate portfolio? Give DiVincenti Brokerage a call. They are a locally owned commercial real estate company that can cover all of your commercial real estate sales and leasing needs. DiVincenti Brokerage. One team, one firm, one gold star. Give them a call at 225-224-0838.
When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Train. Plus, right now, Train is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Train.com to find a local Train dealer today. It's hard to stop a train. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Come back.
I'll be ready.
9:21 remains, 42-0 LSU. Another successful drive down the field, and Jaden Daniels doing it all at quarterback. 12 of 17, 139 yards through the air, a passing touchdown. He's got 6 carries, 67 yards to be the leading rusher in college football with his performance so far today, and had a touchdown reception to his ledger as he had the touchdown pass from Malik Neighbors as this kick into the back of the end zone. Another touchback. And with a 42-0 lead, we can expect to see a lot more fresh jerseys here from LSU on both sides of the ball. It's really been dominant by the defense coming into this game without some of their key players during the 2022 campaign. But a great job by Mekhi Wingo, Savion Jones. Of course, you know what you get with Micah Baskerville, Greg Brooks, Greg Penn, Harold Perkins Jr. Big interception by Jarek Bernard-Converse, his second of the year. And really a thin secondary. He's played very well. Of course, it helps when you get a lot of pressure on the Purdue quarterback. Also see Wes Weeks check in at linebacker here on this drive. First down and 10. Burton comes out throwing. Going to be intercepted at about the 27-yard line by Greg Brooks, his second pick of the year. Long throw from the far side hash to the near side, and that was easy pickings for Greg Brooks. And now he's going to go over to the Cheez-It bed in the left corner, and they're going to celebrate. Yep. And
they got a Cheez-It flag.
Yep, here comes a Cheez-It flag.
A Cheez-It flag, 2, 3.
I believe Brooks jumped into the Cheez-It bed.
He did.
Oh my goodness. I think the Cheez-It mascot, I forget his name, Cheesy maybe, he was trying to block Brooks from the bed, but that wasn't going to happen. So flags come out. It'll be excessive celebration. That'll be the first on Greg Brooks, as we jokingly remember. Jarek Bernard-Converse got the same one. He went to the tunnel down on the other end.
After the change of possession, unsportsmanlike conduct, LSU number 3.
Chris,
that's his first unsportsmanlike foul of the game. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Chris, I'm looking at Brian Kelly, and one of the assistant coaches had to explain to him where everybody went. He hadn't been down to the Cheez-It bedroom area of the stadium yet, and he had a chuckle when they explained to him what was going on. And then afterwards, he immediately looked at the side judge and said, "Who was it on?" It was on the whole team. They all tackled the Cheez-It and got in the Cheez-It bed. So I'm not sure you can give a number on that, but that was good fun.
Well, there's no question about it. It's the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, and Cheez-It is everywhere in this venue. But if you're going to put a bed over in the corner by the end zone, chances are at some point somebody's going to jump in it. And Greg Brooks, along with several other defensive teammates, did just that. Again, after the excessive celebration, what would have been about the 27-yard line is backed up. And now they get a penalty against Coach Brian Kelly, who, again, has been very demonstrative in, I believe, his disagreement with throwing those excessive celebration penalties. It's a bowl game. This is a reward. We certainly don't want to show up the other team, and you're leading 42-0, so I can understand that is the rule, excessive celebration. But this is going to back LSU up what would have been at the 27-yard line of Purdue with these infractions now. We'll back them up first down and 10 at their own 43. But they've had a little trouble picking up yards today offensively. First down and 10 at the 43. Nussmeier back in at quarterback. He'll hand it off John Emery, and Emery, like a pinball, bouncing off several defenders, makes his way up near the 48-yard line. Gain of 6. It'll be second down and 4. From about the 49 of their very own, as we have 9 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. We arrived here at the stadium before the crowd were let in, and we immediately noticed They have a living room set up with a bed to our left down here in the end zone, and a bed looks like a king size, maybe a California king over there in the right corner. We thought Gordy Rush would be the first to get in it, but it was actually Greg Brooks. Here's a long throw, going to be underthrown down around the 23-yard line, far side. Nussmeier looking for Neighbors, but not enough air on that one. A little bit of pressure flushed him out. It'll be 3rd down and 4 at the 49.
Chris Contraire, I did check out the Cheez-It bed during pregame.
Anybody get a picture?
We'll publish that afterward. We have a reel that we'll publish. But they did one really nice, well done in both corner of the end zones, the VIP experience. Fortunately, the fans were in the chair. They were not in the bed, or they would have been jumped on top of there.
3rd down and 4 at the 49. Long throw, far side, going to be caught by Thomas. Had 3 Boilermakers in the vicinity, but he still makes positive yards inside the 45 of Purdue. Down to the 42, a gain of 9. Looked like Purdue had that all hemmed up, had 3 defenders in the area, but nice move by Thomas and using a little bit of his big frame to pick up the 1st down. 1st down and 10 now at the Purdue 42-yard line. We'll see Ibieta check back in. He'll line up wide to the left side. They'll have 3 receivers to the left. Kyron Lacey, the lone receiver, short side of the field, the right, as they scrimmage from the far side hash. LSU attacking right to left. Pistol formation here for Nussmeier with John Emery Jr. behind him. Down to 7:48, clock moving 3rd quarter. Nussmeier calls for the snap, gets it, gives it to Emery. Emery just charging through. Boilermaker stays up right at the 32, breaks off a tackle, gets to the far sideline, outside the numbers, inside the 15, down to the Purdue 13-yard line. Inside the Capital One red zone once again are the Fighting Tigers, leading 42-0 here with 7.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. 29-yard gain, and Emery just shedding tackles. Powerful legs just churning, kept him moving forward. Big gainer sets up LSU 1st and 10 now at the Purdue 18-yard line.
And Noah Kane and John Emery really showing themselves to be a pair of great running backs today.
Check that 13-yard line. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Again, Emery moves on the right hip of Nussmeier. Couple of claps. Now he gets the football. Again, it goes right back to Emery. Trying to shake and bake in the backfield. He'll get to about the 11 before being pulled down there. Tackle made by O.C. Brothers, the junior out of Southwest Brevard, Florida. A gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down here for LSU. They can pick up another 1st down at the Purdue 3-yard line. Tight formation for LSU. Again, scrimmaging on the far side hash. Thomas and Neighbors off to the left. Taylor and Lacey to the right. They'll drop it off to the left, and Neighbors will make the catch at about the 9-yard line, racing on an angle, gets tripped up inside the 5, down around the 3 is where they'll mark it. And if that's where it is, as we got some more pushing and shoving now, frustration starting to boil over, pardon the pun. Tremont Shorts trying to keep the team separated out there. Now the officials finally come over. You can tell there's a lot of frustration. No surprise, down 42-0, and really nothing working today for Purdue on either side of the ball. Looked like he made it to the 3, which I thought would be 1st down goal to go. And they still have the, now finally they let the chain crew know. You can take a break, fellas. 1st down goal to go from the Purdue 3. LSU will come out. John Emery will be on the field at running back. Neighbors and Thomas out wide to the right. Clayton, the wide out to the left side. And before they get lined up, we've got a flag.
Offense movement. Number 58, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
So substitution on that offensive front for LSU. We'll back them up. 1st down goal to go now at the Purdue 8. Thankfully, the clock continues to roll here. LSU, no big hurry. And Nussmeier will line them up. 2 wide to the right. Lacey, lone receiver, short side of the field. That's the left. Belt high snap. Nussmeier looking for Lacey. Underthrown. Going to be intercepted in the back left corner. That time it was one-on-one coverage into the end zone, but Jamari Brown had the inside move, and the throw underthrown by Nussmeier results in the first turnover of the game for LSU, and the first time they've been turned away inside the Capital One red zone. Third interception on the year for Jamari Brown as Nussmeier offers up his 4th pick of the season. So a little excitement for Purdue. Not much else. They trail 42-0. Timeout on the field. We'll continue in Orlando after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
That's it for third quarter breaks.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Louisianians are strong and resilient, but that doesn't mean we don't get tired. If you need help, try Blue Care, Blue Cross's telehealth service, for online visits with doctors and counselors. Just download the app at bcbsla.com/bluecare. One word, and get access to care 24/7. We'll make it through the tough times. We always do. And Blue Cross will be here to support you.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St.
Coming
Louis,
back
Missouri.
here.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
42-0 LSU leads. One miscue on the day, an interception offered up by Garrett Nussmeier moments ago. As the Tigers trying to add to their lead. Taken away by Jamari Brown in the left corner of the end zone. His 3rd pick of the season. Gives Purdue a little bit of a silver lining here. Still 5:23 remains third quarter. They'll look at first down and 10 at their own 20-yard line. A Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard update. Congratulations to Zach Arnett and the Mississippi State family as the Bulldogs in a tight one today with Illinois in the ReliaQuest Bowl, but Mississippi State gets it done for the Pirate. 19-10, they defeat Illinois. Happy for that fan base, happy for that university, and certainly happy for that football team who's been through so much in the last month. LSU again, like all SEC teams in postseason, wearing the Mike Leach memorial sticker on the helmet today. And on first down, Purdue going to go to Devin Maccabee again. He'll just run up the middle, pick up maybe a yard. That's about it. He was cut down by Major Burns, who was coming up near the line of scrimmage. Good game going on in Dallas. Believe it or not, Tulane hanging tough with USC. 28-24 at last check with about 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. We'll see the backup quarterback once again, Michael Alaimo. Alaimo in trouble on second down. He's able to get out of trouble and run up the near sideline, take a tough hit, bounced out of bounds into the boundary, up around the 29. After a gain of maybe 8, Jacobian Guillory able to make that big hit. Sophomore out of Alexandria. It'll be 3rd and 2, so may have seen the last of Austin Burton today, the senior quarterback. They'll hand the football over to Michael Alaimo, the sophomore out of Montvale, New Jersey. Very limited action. As we mentioned, just 2 games of action this year. He went 4 of 5, 37 yards against Indiana State. 1 for 2 with 0 yards against Florida Atlantic earlier in the season. Alaimo will work under center here with an offset I formation on 3rd down and 2 from the 28. Pitch to Maccabee, and LSU snuffs it out. No gain on the play. Just got back to the line of scrimmage. That'll set up 4th down and 2 upcoming here for the Boilermakers. It's been tough sledding today offensively for Purdue. They've got 109 yards total offense. Compare that to 463 for LSU. And after going forward a couple times on 4th down, Purdue at this portion of the field deciding to bring out the punt unit. Jack Ansel will have the honors. He'll stand, wait for the snap at around the 14-yard line of his own. Clayton back deep for LSU is Ansel. Spiraling punt. Fair catch called for. Clayton's got it around the 25 of the Tigers. And LSU will try their hand again on offense, leading 42-0 here in the 2023 Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Next year, Purdue will open up the season at home on Saturday, September 2nd against Fresno State. And LSU will be right back here in Orlando in this very venue, Camping World Stadium, to open their season for the 2nd straight year against the Seminoles of Florida State. That one coming up on Sunday, September 3rd. And well, I can imagine the storylines going into that one when we start the 2023 season, with both teams finishing up strong, oddly enough, right here in this very venue. Florida State earlier able to get a win in their bowl game. 1st down and 10 at the 25. Again, Nussmeier in at quarterback. Little jet toss to Neighbors, steps through, left tackle, and he's got room. 40, 45, across midfield, near sideline, 30. Neighbors cuts back. Malik trying to find the end zone, center of the field. He's got it. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Malik Neighbors showing his speed, doing a little bit of everything today. He and Jaden Daniels, multi-use players, 75-yard touchdown. It'll be credited as a forward pass, but he did that running the football and looked good doing it. That'll make it 48-0 LSU with 3:15 remaining. It seemed like LSU wasn't happy, Doug. They didn't score on that last drive. They wasted little time once they got the football back.
Remember how he started this game out? He dropped a pass. Since that time, he's been literally perfect. And this was a dynamic play that he made almost all by himself.
163 yards receiving today, and gets that touchdown there. He's also 2 of 2 for a touchdown pass as well, throwing the ball. The point after is good. That'll make it 49-0. In a flash, the Tigers pounce, and with 3:15 remaining still in the 3rd stanza, it is all LSU on a route, 49-0. And Gordy Rush, another Sunshine sideline report. Doug mentioned the fact that he had that drop early in the game. Brian Kelly even noted that going in at halftime, that he put it behind him, and he's played spectacular since.
Yeah, this offense has really executed a high level, especially when you consider Daniels. Daniels was limited in the early part of bowl preparation as they were trying to get him back. And, of course, Garrett got a majority of the reps in the first part of that preparation. And then they've obviously put both of them in to work with the ones, and they have looked really, really sharp for a bowl game, even with the departures at the wide receiver position. It's been an impressive outing for this LSU offense, no doubt.
Another quick ensuing kickoff, and again another big boot by Dybert out of the back of the end zone. And Purdue will try it again, 1st down and 10 at their own 25. Nobody roams the sidelines and covers it like Gordy Rush. We all know that. But Gordy, I'm getting indications from you that the bed had to be repaired down in the right corner of the end zone. Is that true?
That's right. It has been fixed. It looks better than what my wife would do, better than my children's bedroom. The pillows are lined. I just sent you and Todd a picture, and you can find it on LSU Sports Radio Network's Twitter soon, right? I mean, you don't get stuff like this. I'm trying to get an interview with the Cheez-It, see if he's okay. He went into the injury tent after he was tackled by Greg Brooks. He hobbled off, but he's back. He's on the Purdue sideline. When he comes back, I'll try and talk to him.
1st down and 10 at the 25. Alimo fakes the pitch to the near side, and he's just going to run. Far side, gets out of bounds into the LSU sideline. Pretty good pickup of about 8 yards on the carry for Alimo. By the way, with that reference to Gordy's lovely wife, something tells me he may need to take that Cheez-It bed with him.
Who wouldn't want a Cheez-It home bedroom set? I'm sure Garrett Nussmeier had a fabulous week here at the Renaissance at SeaWorld.
Again, seeing some young players in there for LSU. Is a quick fire by Alimo. It's a complete up to about the 38-yard line. It's going to be Sheffield that brings it in on a gain of 5 yards. It'll set up second down and manageable here. Quincy Wiggins seeing some action, the freshman out of Napoleonville, Louisiana. And LaTerrence Welch, a freshman out of Lafayette. Well, the coaches, especially Matt House, really high on the potential for those two in the future. Alimo going to hand it off, and with room, picking up the first down and then some is Tyrone Tracy, the speedster, up the far side hash into LSU territory and brought down at about the 48-yard line on a gain of 14 yards. Picks up the first down for Purdue. Well, again, you got to hand it to the Boilermakers to have the interim coach. A lot of speculation that Brian Brom will eventually join his brother at Louisville after Purdue has hired their new coach. Here's Alimo in trouble. Had the ball stripped as he dropped back to pass. Looks like he may have fallen on it and secured it at the 45. It was Harold Perkins Jr. who knows how to go after the football. He stripped it loose as Alimo stepped back, kind of brought his arm back as he was going to begin the throwing motion, but Perkins able to get the hand in there and knock the ball free. But luckily for Purdue, they will fall on it. They lose 7 yards back at their own 45-yard line.
Perkins does have a way of making those dynamic plays, though, doesn't he?
Second down and 17. Again, they're going to hand it off, and running downhill to the right is going to be Tyrone Tracy, who spent some time at running back as well as at receiver. Started his career at Iowa. He makes it to about midfield. Stop there. Still a long way to go. They've got to get inside the 40 of LSU to keep the drive going with the first down. We're under a minute remaining here in the third quarter. It's 49-0. LSU all over Purdue in this Big Ten SEC matchup. They'll stack trip receivers to the left, send out two to the right. Alimo by his lonesome in the backfield. Sends the quick hitter out on the screen. Got some blockers out there inside the 45, inside the 40. On the catch is Abdur-Rahim Yassin. He'll pick up what they needed, I believe. Looks like they mark it. It will be a first down. Big grab on the screenplay. So Alimo, the backup quarterback, limited play this season, but providing a little spark here, although a long way to go, down 49-0. But now if you're Matt House in this LSU defense, you got to stiffen up a little bit here. Try to protect a shutout. That's got to be on the minds. If not being talked about, certainly thought about by this LSU defensive unit. They go on the ground again to Tracy, trying to get something on the left side, but he runs into Jacoby and Guillory. And he'll lose that battle more times than not. That's the final play of the third quarter. We got 3 in the books here in Orlando. It's been all Fighting Tigers. LSU leads Purdue after 3, 49-0. Fourth and final quarter of the 2023 Cheez-It Citrus Bowl comes your way next after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
2023 is a great year to be a People's Health member. There are no premiums and no deductibles. Expanded network of doctors, specialists, dentists, and vision providers. Enhanced dental benefits, including $0 for fillings, extractions, and dentures. With the flexibility to see dentists out of network. Plus, now use your OTC benefit to shop in-store at more than 55,000 national retailers. Call People's Health. 1-855-821-2666.
Hey, Tiger fans, G.W. Oliver Pool Construction exists at the intersection of creativity and craftsmanship to deliver an excellent experience. Born in Baton Rouge, their brand has expanded to be a leader in commercial and residential pools throughout the entire Gulf Coast. So no matter where the project, G.W. Oliver's mission is to turn your dream into a reality. Find out more at gwoliver.com.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fourth and final quarter coming your way here from Camping World Stadium in Orlando, where LSU has dominated in this matchup today. They lead 49-0 after 3 quarters of action. The Tigers 538 yards total offense, 362 through the air. They've had 3 Tigers throw the football today very successfully. We'll get to that in a moment. On the ground, LSU 176 yards on the ground. Purdue 147 yards. Total offense 96 through the air, 51 on the ground. Jaden Daniels 12 of 17, 139 yards and a touch. Garrett Nussmeier 11 of 15, 173 yards, 2 scores and 1 interception. And Malik Neighbors 2 for 2 throwing the football, including a touchdown pass back to Jaden Daniels early in the third quarter. Again, receiver Malik Neighbors has been impressive in all phases. 9 catches, 163 yards, and a touchdown of 75 yards on the jet toss. Also, as I said, 2 of 2 in his passing debut this season. Mason Taylor, 5 catches, 88 yards. Brian Thomas, 4 receptions, 31 yards. Kyron Lacey, a couple of catches, 57 yards. Noah Kane out of the backfield, 2 receptions, 5 yards. Ibieta coming in, getting his debut, 1 catch, 10 yards. And as we said, Jaden Daniels does it all. 1 reception for a 5-yard touchdown. Purdue looking to have a little throwback here. The double pass, and it's going to be caught down at the LSU 11-yard line. Limo took the snap, gave it to Yassine, and he threw downfield to TJ Sheffield for a 26-yard gain. And Purdue, for the first time today to open the fourth quarter of action, knocking on the door. First down and 10, marked just inside the 11-yard line. Limo takes the snap and tries to hand it off to Tracy, but right at the snap, we may have movement. Flags fly, whistles blow.
False start. Offense number 89. 5-yard penalty. First down.
LSU leading 49-0 currently. One of their best bowl performances. You got to go back to 2019. 63 points scored in that rout of Oklahoma. They won by 35 points. Back in 2015 in the Texas Bowl, they defeated Texas Tech 56-27. But again, right now, trying to keep Purdue out of the end zone and protect a 49-point lead. Limo feels the pressure, then drops it off underneath, wide open and into the end zone. For Purdue's first score of the game is going to be TJ Sheffield. 16-yard touchdown. Limo with his first passing touchdown of the year. Sheffield with his 4th score. And Doug, that was really a good play design. They sent everybody downfield almost in the verticals. LSU went with them. It allowed Sheffield to just sneak out on that far sideline. He was wide open. All Lamo had to do was just hit him with the pass.
Just standing over there by himself. Nobody covering him. Obviously, whoever was designed to cover him was not doing that. They just made a mistake.
So we'll see Mitchell Finneran for the first time trying to add points here, and he'll put the kick up, and the kick is good. That'll make it 49-7. Purdue gets on the board with 13:53 remaining here in the 4th and final quarter. Timeout on the field. We'll take a break, come back. LSU will have the football leading big here in the Citrus Bowl on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
In the SEC, We sweat the small stuff, the attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the bright stars.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminator on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Coming back. You're back.
13:53 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Purdue puts together a drive and finds the end zone. As backup quarterback, third-string quarterback this season, Michael Alaimo, able to find T.J. Scheffel just scooting down the far sideline, able to pick up the touchdown and get on the board to make it 49-7. Coming up, they'll kick it back to LSU, who has been more than dominant. Really not the word to describe it for the majority of this afternoon. Fans H&E Equipment Services, the official construction equipment partner of LSU Athletics. For all of your rental needs, call 877-700-RENT or visit herentals.com today. We mentioned Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors doing a little bit of everything today, Doug. Daniels throwing the football, running the football, catching the football. Neighbors catching the football, throwing the football. Don't expect we'll see Jaden Daniels the rest of the afternoon after a fantastic debut season, transferring into LSU from Arizona State, announcing his expectations to return for a final year in Baton Rouge. And this season, Jaden Daniels responsible for 29 touchdowns. That's tied for second most in a single season with Jamarcus Russell back in 2006, Matt Mock 2003, and only one ahead of those three, and that's Joe Burrow, who's got a pretty big game coming up tonight against Buffalo. But Joe Burrow had 65 touchdowns responsible for in that magical 2019 season. But again, tip of the cap to Jaden Daniels, coming over from the West Coast, learning his team learning him, earning the respect of his teammates, his coaches, and surprised everybody, leading this Tiger team to maybe 10 wins with 13:53 remaining before we'll decide that. 49-7 LSU leads. Kickoff coming back to the Tigers, and it will take a bounce and go out of the back of the end zone. So LSU will start first down and 10 at the 25-yard line. We've seen Jaden Daniels today. We've seen Garrett Nussmeier. Again, Nuss taking over on the last several drives. And right now, Gordy Rush, if my eyes do not deceive me, is that Walker Howard inside the huddle as they get ready to come out?
Yeah, I think so. I saw him warming up, and indeed it is Walker Howard. And that, again, that's part of this great rule, right? This is kind of an exhibition. It doesn't count, and with everybody opting out in the transfer portal, you're going to need everybody possible to play in the bowl game, and it gives people you're redshirting this opportunity.
Walker Howard out of Lafayette, one of the highest quarterback prospects in 2022. Saw some action in one game, but here on the shotgun snap, mishandled, dropped the football, going to be picked up by Derek Davis, who's in at running back, and he'll eventually be brought down at the 20-yard line. Not sure if Walker just took his eye off of it or wasn't expecting the snap at that very moment from Martinez, but nonetheless, they lose 5 yards, sets them back second down 15 at the 20. Howard got some action late in the game in that route over Southern. He did not attempt to pass, handed the football off. But we'll see what he has here. Second and 15, now behind the chains at their own 20-yard line. Howard again out of the shotgun, takes the snap, looking downfield, and the pass going to be deflected at the line of scrimmage. It looked like Sidnor able to get up there and bat it down, so that quickly makes it 3rd and 15 at the 20. Howard, of course, 6'1", 195 pounds. His dad, Jamie, was a quarterback for the Tigers, 1992 through 95.
And a good one.
So trying to convert a 3rd and 15 here. Purdue's defense obviously has other ideas. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Howard looks left, now comes back right and airs it out. Ibieta trying to get under it. It's incomplete. Down at the Purdue 45-yard line. Pretty good sticky coverage that time down the field. Ibieta couldn't get enough separation as Austin Burton, again, native of Baton Rouge, was on coverage for the Boilermakers. That'll set up 4th and 15 at the 20, and LSU will be forced to punt it away here with 13:06 still remaining in the fourth quarter. A lot of fans have emptied out. A lot of faithful LSU still here enjoying this win. Some Purdue fans already calling it a day. Bramlett takes the snap at the 5, puts a foot into it, and it's a boomer. Beautiful spiraling punt. Backpedaling to about the 26-yard line. Now coming up the field with room. Breaking a tackle at the 40, the 45, and up to the 49 is T.J. Sheffield. So a nice return after a beautiful punt. Kind of a low-line punt, but a tight spiral off the foot of Bramlett. And with 12:54 remaining in the game, Purdue will take over their best starting field position of the game up near midfield, and we've got a timeout, and we'll step aside. 49-7, LSU leads. Purdue has the football. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Two down, 2 to go on breaks.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days.
Coming back here, and we are doing ID.
Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
49-7, LSU leads Purdue here in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl from Orlando. Purdue will have good starting field position, first down and 10 at their own 48-yard line when we resume play. I want to invite you to visit your local Toyota dealer. Check out the Ready for Anything Toyota Tundra. It's how Tigers go tailgate. Toyota, proud partner of LSU Athletics. Gordy Rush, while we have a moment, another Sunshine Sideline report. Talked about it early in the game, the depletions defensively for LSU, and how about a tip of the cap to Savion Jones, Mekhi Wingo, Jacobian Guillory, of course, Baskerville, Harold Perkins. I mean, these guys really came in. You come in, you want to impose your will defensively, and the numbers back it up. They have done a tremendous job today.
They did a great job, and what a great job by this defensive staff. As Coach Kelly said at the halftime interview, they went to a three-man front. They hadn't played a lot this year, but they wanted to do so with Perkins and some of the athletes that they had, and they've been superb.
Tyrone Tracy going to get the handoff, trying to stretch it out, turn it upfield, gets into, or rather Deion Burks on the handoff on coming around the near side, picks up 4 yards, gets to the LSU 48.
Chris, they've really been impressed with Fitzgerald West, number 68. Came in, went through camp as a center, offensive guard, and was part of the reserves on the offensive line. They flipped him after the SEC championship because they knew they were going to be low on numbers, and he's had a really good bowl camp playing right now at that nose guard position.
Limo on 2nd and 6 floats the pass out into the flat far side. Gain of 3 to the 45-yard line on the catch by Tracy. Approaching 12 minutes remaining here in this fourth quarter. LSU with their 6th appearance in the Citrus Bowl, looking to get to 500, 2-3 all time in this contest. Limo fires this one quickly into the flat far side. It's out of the reach and incomplete. Paul Paferi, the backup tight end. Joe Fouché was on coverage, smothering coverage as well for Joe. Sets up 3rd down and 3 at the LSU 45-yard line. 54th bowl appearance for the Fighting Tigers. Coach Brian Kelly trying to stay above 500 in bowl victories as well. 4th down and 3. Limo going to launch this one, but well overthrown into the Purdue sideline, looking for Deion Burks, but nowhere close. It's a turnover on downs, and LSU will take over at their own 45-yard line with 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Coach Kelly, 7-6 all-time in Division I FBS bowl games, 5-5 at Notre Dame, 2-1 at Cincinnati, and again taking LSU to a bowl game after a combined 11 victories in the last 2 seasons. They are 11 minutes and 45 seconds away from picking up their 10th win of the year. And there's a timeout on the field. Take one with them. 11:45 remaining. LSU 49, Purdue 7 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey, Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club. Presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit LSUMKC.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Fourth quarter action continues.
All right, coming back, one more break to go.
J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Here in Orlando on the 2nd of January, 2023, and LSU trying to take the momentum with them into the 2023 season. A great performance so far today. Still 11:45 remains, but they have the upper hand 49-7. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger Football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
3, 2, 1, back to you.
Inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth here at Camping World Stadium, along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Chris Blair, happy to have you. Again, welcoming you to 2023, and hope so far so good, and hoping for bigger things this coming year. LSU certainly starting off the new year in fine fashion. They lead 49-7 over Purdue. 11:45 remaining after a turnover on downs. LSU back in business. Again, Walker Howard will have the reins of the offense. Fires out to Ibieta. He caught the ball right around the 49-yard line, so a gain of 4. Set up 2nd down and 6 here for LSU. Under 11 and a half to go. Howard will have Derek Davis, the running back, to his left. He'll give it off to Davis. Davis goes up the middle, cuts to his left, and finds some room into Purdue territory inside the 45, a gain of 7 yards, so he'll pick up the 1st down. Davis, again, kind of a utility player as well. High school, of course, played several positions on offense and defense. Called upon as a running back here with Josh Williams out today. Howard going to show some running, trying to get out to the left, and going to be pulled down by the shoestrings at about the 43-yard line. Maybe a half yard, a yard, not much. Purdue chases him down.
You know Howard would like to get a touchdown out of this possession, though. I mean, that would kind of cap off his red shirt, semi-non-red shirt year, but particularly to do so in this game, which is what people are going to remember from now to the spring.
Handoff, Davis explodes through the line, makes his way inside the 40 on the far side hash before being stopped there. Gets to the 42 of Purdue on a nice run. Gain of 6. Marlon Martinez a little slow to get up. He had to be called upon as the center in today's game after Charles Turner was unable to go after the opening moments and first couple of possessions of this game. So LSU again not very deep at the center position. And Martinez on his back as the training crew taking a look here with 10:06 remaining in the game. 49-7, timeout on the field. We'll return to Orlando after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My
that
years
is
at
correct.
LSU were amazing.
Last break.
I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauces. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
What's the best way to accomplish a common goal? Teamwork. When a team works together, they can do anything with the right leadership. That's why all of us at Janney King, the King of Clean, are excited for this season. At Janney King, our team has been working together for over 35 years, cleaning your offices, schools, buildings, churches, and even this campus and stadium. Let our team help your team. Go to JannyKingCleans.com and trust your cleaning to the King. That's JannyKingCleans.com.
Janney King, the King of Clean.
Coming back.
Fourth quarter action continues.
Back here.
Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Finishing up on injury timeout here is Marlon Martinez, the center for LSU. Slow after that play. The run by Derek Davis. He has now been moved to the medical tent at the LSU sideline. We're told Garrett Dellinger, again, the sophomore out of Clarkston, Michigan, will be called upon as Charles Turner had earned the starting job at center with Dellinger playing left tackle or left guard throughout most of this season. But Garrett certainly has some experience on top of the football, so they'll call upon him here with 10:06 still remaining in this Citrus Bowl with LSU up 49-7. Fans, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the championship health partner of LSU. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU impacting the entire state of Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at olrmc.com/LSU. Again, just a quick look at the Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard. Congratulations to Zach Arnett, Mississippi State. They outlast Illinois today to give the Bulldogs a bowl victory in the ReliaQuest Bowl, 19-10. At last check, USC getting a little separation over Tulane, 42-30, with just under 11 minutes to go in that contest. Later tonight, the Rose Bowl will feature Utah out of the Pac-12 and Penn State out of the Big Ten. LSU looking to pick up their third Citrus Bowl victory in history. Well on their way here, to say the least, 49-7. As moments away from getting back to action. Howard will line up behind center. Dellinger now with his nose over the football. Will snap it back. A little low, but handled by Howard. Design quarterback draw, and Howard's free inside the 30, the 20, and hit out of bounds far side around the 15-yard line. Howard showing the speed. Great play call, great execution by the freshman quarterback, and the Tigers once again inside the Capital One red zone here. Looking at 1st down and 10 with the ball placed. Say he was knocked out of bounds at the 14. Well, he got close to the end zone. Doug, I know you're calling for Walker to find the end zone here through the air on the ground. This time they'll keep it on the ground, hand it off. And Demas will get his first carry of the ball game. Straight up the middle, falls forward. Picks up 2 yards just inside the 12 of Purdue. We've got 9:11 clock moving here in the 4th quarter. Now we'll see Derek Davis check back in at running back. Clayton out wide to the left. Peterson in the slot to the right side. And Francione out wide to the right. Howard calls for the snap. Gives it to Davis. Davis inside the 10. Trucks a defender at the 3 and rambles into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Derek Davis with his first rushing touchdown in an LSU uniform. Makes it 55-7 as he scores from 12 yards out.
Looks like he belongs there, don't you think?
That was quite a stick inside the 5. Purdue coming up to try and slow him down. He planted him in the turf here. Physical run by Derek Davis Jr. So now we'll see Ramos. It's been a while since we've seen Damian. Nope. Now we're going to make a change at place kicker as well. Ramos going to take the afternoon off as well. Ezekiel Mata, place kicker out of San Marcos, California, will split the upright and make it 56-7. And LSU builds on their lead with 8:47 remaining in this game. Performance report always brought to you by Kubota and the Louisiana Kubota dealers. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the dealer near you. Where do you want to start? LSU 588 yards total offense today. Again, standout performances all across both sides of the football. Got to go with really the performance report of Malik Neighbors. 9 catches, 163 yards, and a touch. Had a 75-yard touchdown run. He's 2 of 2 throwing the football, including a 5-yard touchdown pass to his quarterback, Jaden Daniels. And if you're just joining us, Malik Neighbors early in the first quarter dropped a pass right in his hands. Very uncharacteristic. But he put it behind him quickly and went on to have a spectacular day. And dare I say, Doug, may be the candidate for MVP of this 2023 Citrus Bowl.
I can think of nobody else that deserves it nearly as much as he does.
End over end kick, and this one again out of the back of the end zone. Been 1 return today for Purdue. It was only about an 18-yard return. The rest of the time they've had to set up shop at their own 25-yard line. Coming up, of course, the Fighting Tiger post-game report. We'll give our final thoughts and observations here from Orlando before handing it off in the Capital One studio to former Tigers Brandon Taylor, Marlon Favorite, and Hunt Palmer. They'll have plenty to talk about, see how much they glean from this performance today and how it may translate into the offseason, spring football, and obviously the start of the 2023 campaign. 1st down and 10 at the 25. Alaimo stays in at quarterback, and he's going to hand it off. It'll be their standard bearer. Rushing off the left side, Maccabee. Had a little bit of daylight and then thrown down after a gain of 3. Maccabee on the day again has been one of the lone bright spots. He's got 11 carries or 12 carries for 41 yards, but has not been able to break the big one. They'll go right back to Maccabee, and running between left tackle, he'll cross the 30 up to about the 31-yard line. A gain of 3 on the play. Sets up 3rd down and 4 upcoming.
I think he needed 80 yards coming into today's game to become the 7th running back in Purdue history to get 1,000 yards in the season. He had 920 coming in, so he's got some work to do if he's going to get there.
And no question about it, Gordy, you mentioned before kickoff today, this is a Purdue team that before the changes in personnel and coaches, they like to throw the football. So getting 1,000 yards in this offense is very impressive. Here's another carry off the right side, trying to make his way to the 35. And he may have been just shy after a gain of 3. Let's see if they give him the first down sticks. Nope, it's going to be marked at the 34-yard line. So it'll be 4th and a yard, and they'll keep the offense out there. Limo in the shotgun. He'll hand it off, and with the first down and more up to the 40-yard line, there's going to be Tyrone Tracy on the carry. So that'll keep the clock moving as they move the chains quickly after the 7-yard gain. LSU content to just watch that clock move, and Purdue probably feels the same way. 1st and 10 now up at the 41-yard line. Maccabee back in there at running back. He'll exit out of the backfield. Here's the shotgun snap. Limo wanting to throw, and it's batted down at the line. Might have been Ty G. Hill or maybe even Quincy Wiggins that got their big paw up there to knock down the intended pass. It'll be 2nd down and 10 at the 41. Fans, J&J Exterminating, Louisiana-owned, customer-focused, and results-driven for over 6 decades. Call the local pros and get the shield. J&J Exterminating. Yeah. That'll stop the clock with 6:45 remaining, 4th quarter. Now on 2nd down and 10, Limo. 5-step drop and airs it out far sideline, but overthrown into the LSU sideline. Was that Bo Lowry that hauled that in? Pretty good catch by Bo.
He sure did. Bo Lowry, 2 hands, tucked it in. Nice form there.
3rd down and 10 for Purdue coming up at the 41-yard line of their own. Limo with Maccabee in the backfield. Looks right, design quarterback draw for Limo, and he'll put his head down, cross the 45, get up to the 46-yard line, but well shy of the first down sticks. Gain of 5 yards by the quarterback. Can't expect anything but to keep the offense out here with 6:20 remaining in the game. Again, 4th downs. Purdue has attempted 5 conversion tries. They're 2 of 5 on the day. 4th and 5. Drop back 3 steps. Limo again unloads it near side. 1-on-1, but broken up down around the 19-yard line. In the hands, but couldn't hold on. Sage Ryan with great smothering coverage as the intended receiver for Purdue is still down on the near side line. Again, it was a good throw by Limo. Gave his receiver a chance, but Sage Ryan with just an excellent job as the intended receiver was Deion Burks. And again, he's now going to be rolled over on his back. Looked like maybe the way he came down awkwardly on the turf. Again, Ryan, I thought, got most of the football, or at least got his hands out. I didn't see him make a lot of contact, but that'll pause things with 6:01 remaining as they take a look at Deion Burks, freshman out of Belleville, Michigan. Good to see Sage Ryan on good coverage down the field. LSU closing in on 600 yards total offense, 588 for the day. And been very balanced, Doug. That's been probably the bright spot. They've used their weapons in every possible way. 367 through the air with some great quarterback play today. 221 on the ground. Daniels led the team with 67 yards rushing. Noah Kane with a pair of touchdowns, had 58 yards. Emery with a touchdown with 52. And saw Derek Davis a moment ago get his first touchdown as a Tiger on 3 carries, 25 yards. And they're still taking a look at Burks down there. They've added a few more training personnel. Looks like, Gordy, I know you're on that other sideline, but it appears they're trying to stabilize him.
Yeah, I'm heading. They've got full. You're right. They just brought the board out and some medical personnel as well too. So
it looked like when he came down after missing the catch that Sage Ryan basically fell on the back of the helmet or the neck or shoulder area inadvertently. Again, Ryan going for the deflection, and then as Deion Burks came down to the turf, Ryan landed right on top of his helmet area, which now looking at it, again in real time, didn't look like a major collision. But when you slow it down and see that angle, that's a lot of impact on the top of the helmet and, again, the neck and shoulder area. So, again, they brought out the board. They have all hands on deck down there with the training crew.
Well, that's what happens when you have two athletes like that who move as fast as they do. They're well conditioned. All of their muscles are working properly, and they're going at full speed. And when they collide like that, and particularly when they collide with the ground and land one on top of the other, it is almost impossible for something bad to not happen. That's just the nature of the game. And that's kind of what happened there. You hate to see that. Certainly hope he's okay.
Absolutely. Certainly wish him the best. Again, hopefully all of this is much more on the side of precaution, as they now will slide the board underneath, looking for an emergency cart. Haven't seen it as of yet, as they now get him onto the flat board stretcher. Again, trying to get an indication. I believe I saw him. Again, they wanted him to stay still, but I did see some movement early on after he went down, which, knock on wood, is a good sign. Now the cart coming out of the tunnel to our right at a fever pace, as you would expect. But a very unfortunate injury here with just 6:01 remaining in this game. And as Doug said, these players, top-notch athletes, peak performance, and unfortunately results in an injury here. So we certainly wish the very best for Deion Burks, that Boilermaker football team, and his family. As you can imagine, you can hear a pin drop here at Camping World Stadium. So again, now working to secure him to that board, and then he will be obviously taken to a nearby medical facility for them to run through the tests, and hopefully, again, this is all precautionary. The entire Purdue team huddled around their teammate, LSU, on one knee across the way, showing their respect and concern. So again, being very careful here as they are about to put him on the gurney, and then we'll transport him out via cart at Camping World Stadium. Can hear the applause and well wishes from everyone here at Camping World Stadium as they now have him on the gurney, and will move him to the fire department and EMS cart here in Orlando. Again, a very scary moment. Pass attempt down the near sideline, looking for Deion Burks. Sage Ryan with great coverage, able to break up the pass, and then as they both come to the ground, Sage accidentally, most of his body weight falling on the back of the helmet of Deion Burks. And he rose to a knee, but it was clear he was in distress. And again, we hope this is more so precautionary, as they have the brace around his neck and head. Again, appears to be communicating to his teammates and the training crew. But you can see the faces of the Boilermaker teammates. A look of concern and fear at the moment. Can't say I blame them. But we certainly wish the very best for Deion Burks. At the end of that play, an incompletion on the near sideline. It was a turnover on down, so LSU will have the ball when play resumes. First down and 10 at their own 46-yard line. But nobody in a hurry to get this thing started for good reason here. As Purdue obviously shocked and concerned, LSU showing the same across the way. As now the cart will take Deion Burks to a medical facility and hope everything checks out okay. Gordy Rush, you could sense and feel the concern from everybody here in this venue after it appeared it was a much more severe injury than initially thought. So now the teams come back to their sidelines and must resume action, which is always tough following those moments. It'll be first down and 10 for LSU.
And you mentioned, Chris, that nobody was anxious to get started again. I'd like to refine that a little bit. I think they're anxious for it to be over much more than to get started.
Yeah.
They would just like to be able to end it. They know what the final's going to be. And this game should be ended.
So Walker Howard and LSU's offense back out on the field. He'll have Derek Davis again in the backfield. Had a touchdown on the last drive. He'll get the first carry here on first down. Kind of slips, and Purdue able to bring him down quickly as the tackle made right at the line of scrimmage by O.C. Brothers, the middle linebacker. Started his career at Auburn, by the way, before transferring to Purdue and playing Big Ten football. 56-7, LSU leads. Approaching 5.5 minutes remaining. Franchione in the slot to the right side. Clayton just off, split to the right as well. Wide side of the field. It's going to be Davis on the carry here, and he'll be stood up after reaching the 45. Maybe got forward push to the 44-yard line. Set up third down and about 8 here for LSU as Davis will check out. Demas will be back on the field at running back. Now Demas will check out and Davis back on the field. Nicholas out wide to the left. They'll have Clayton line up, split to the right side. Third down and 8. Snap to Walker Howard. Another jet toss coming near side, trying to find some room, and Purdue fights through the blocks, but staying upright, breaking out of a tackle inside the 40. On a big run by Nicholas that time. Picks up 2 yards, but it looked like he was going to be hit for a loss, and Nicholas just kept fighting, and Purdue unable to wrap up. Well, that's going to set up fourth down. Appears to be right around 6 yards. Again, LSU, much like Purdue, ready to get this game over with, down to 4 minutes. So on 4th and 6 from the Purdue 42, they'll have Howard line up in the shotgun. 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right side. Snap is back. Hand to Davis. Davis will try to crab walk his way inside the 40. He'll be pulled down just shy of the 39-yard line, and that'll be short of the first. And just like Purdue, LSU will turn it over on downs, and Purdue will take back possession with 3:43. And Doug, I think you nailed it. Both teams just trying to find a way to get this clock moving and get out of here and call 2022 a season.
That's the best outcome at this stage.
56-7. LSU trying to pick up its biggest margin of victory in bowl history. Defeated Miami 40-3 in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. That's the largest margin of victory in LSU's bowl history. A difference of 37 points. Purdue, again, just keeps it on the ground. Runs up the middle, gets that clock moving. Picks up 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 7 now at the 43. Little play fake, new quarterback into the game. He'll drop it off to the tight end far side, and he'll get across midfield, out of bounds at about the LSU 44. That's Peferi with the catch. Gain of 12 yards, and it'll be a 1st down. Purdue with Jack Albers, a 6-foot redshirt senior quarterback out of Louisville, Kentucky. Albers playing for the first time today. 3 steps after the snap, throws near side and in the hands, but dropped by Terrell. Another big target at the LSU 40. It's incomplete. Make it 2nd down and 10 at the 44. So if this score stands, LSU's margin of victory today would be 49 points. Most ever in this dominant performance over the Purdue Boilermakers in a first ever meeting between these two schools. 2nd down 10 at the 44. Albers in the pistol formation. A little high snap, but he handles it. Handoff to the big back running up the middle. Picks up maybe 2.5, 3 yards. That's about all. Gets us down to 2.5 minutes remaining here in this 4th and final quarter. New running back into the game as well for Purdue, getting some action. That's Caleb Leahy, 5'10", 205-pound sophomore out of Bismarck, Illinois. So Leahy will stay in there. He'll be on a wing to the left side of Albers, the 3rd quarterback of the day for the Boilermakers. It's 3rd and 9 at the LSU 43. Albers trying to throw it into the flat to Leahy, and it's deflected at the line, goes straight up in the air, falls harmlessly to the turf. And that'll set up 4th down and 7. Does stop the clock, though, with 2 minutes and 5 seconds. LSU Athletics would like to thank its Team LSU corporate partners all season long. Cox, McDonald's, Our Lady of the Lake, Albertsons, Coca-Cola, People's Health, and Hancock Whitney. Of course, basketball season in full swing. SEC action underway. Matt McMahon and the Tigers be in action tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Central Time. They tip it off against the Wildcats of Kentucky in Rupp Arena. Albers looking to throw on 4th down, and Maxwell caught it, popped it up in the air, and it landed right back in his lap down at the 22-yard line for a completion. Picks up the 1st down. They convert their 3rd 4th down conversion of the game. Not the way you draw it up, but a lucky bounce. Never touched the ground. It is a catch. 1st down and 10 after the 20-yard gain. It's at the LSU 22-yard line. Leahy going to get the carry, tries to cut off the right edge, and LSU's got nothing but gold helmets there. He'll be stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Catch the Tiger basketball team, both men and women's action. Looking to watch them inside the Marriott Center or anywhere for that matter, go to StubHub, the easiest way to experience every Tiger game. You can check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. 2nd down and 10 from the 22. Albers, deep drop in the pocket, now flushed out to his right, curls around, and instead of running will step out of bounds, mainly because LSU had heat coming up the field after him. Mike Jones forced him to step into the boundary. Looks like he may have scrambled, picked up 2 yards. It'll be, we'll say, 3rd and 8. Maybe a short 9 here. Just over a minute remaining. He stepped out of bounds, stops the clock with 1:06. Trip receivers left, 2 to the right side on 3rd down, and they'll say 9 from the 21-yard line of LSU. Albers, a bullet across the middle in the hands, but couldn't hold on. It's incomplete at the 15-yard line. Intended receiver for Purdue. Alex Maxwell, the intended receiver, couldn't hold on. It sets up 4th and 9 at the 21. Still a minute 2 remaining. Three wideouts to the left, 1 to the right. Single back with Albers That's Leahy. He will release as Albers slings towards the end zone. And on a tip drill, going to be intercepted by Wilson. LSU has it at the 1 yard line. Wilson stiff arms a man at the 20. He's got a caravan near side. He's to the 40, across midfield. Nothing but Tigers in front of him. One man to beat, cuts inside at the 25, and he will take it to the house. 99-yard pick six. What a way to cap off the 2023 Citrus Bowl. In the hands of the Boilermaker receiver, it was knocked free, and then Wilson on the tip drill. Quad Wilson, sophomore safety out of New Orleans, got the ball in his hands, had a group of Tigers out in front, and he rambles 99 yards to make it 62-7. Now, there was a Tiger injured, shaken up on the play back at the 45. Now he's going to be helped up. He appears to be all right, as it was Quincy Wiggins. And they've got a mess of Cheez-Its over at midfield as they dropped a bucket of Cheez-Its on Coach Brian Kelly after the 99-yard pick six. But Coach Kelly will have a dry plane ride home because the Cheez-Its, of course, are dry. And there's excessive celebration again. LSU, virtually the whole bench came off the sideline to celebrate with Quad Wilson, who again got into action late in this game. Purdue just trying to find the end zone, and Albers hit his man right at the 1. Came out of his hands, and Wilson grabbed it out of the air and ran the rest of the way. Point after attempt is on its way, and it is good. 63-7. Sheer domination by LSU here in Orlando for the 2023 Citrus Bowl. 40 seconds still remain in this game. Doug, I think the only thing we haven't seen today is a flea flicker, but we've seen some double passes. We've seen the throwback. We've seen a 99-yard pick six. We've seen our receiver, Malik Neighbors, go 2 for 2 throwing the football. A little bit of everything today.
Well, we've seen some pass plays that I think you can call them flea flickers. If you're trying to categorize everything that happened in this game, you can do that. And nobody's going to disagree with you. I tell you, it was a great finale for LSU, though. You know, you go back to the first game of the season and the way that game ended up, and compare that to what happened out here today, and you start to think, you know, this team came a long way.
Yeah, there were a lot of doubters after that loss in the Dome in New Orleans to Florida State, and probably for good reason. Coach Brian Kelly said, hey, we were not on the same page in a lot of ways in that opening game. New staff, a lot of new faces, first-year transfer quarterback. But as Doug mentioned, they were really able to mold as a team, and now are just 40 seconds away from their 10th win of the season. Is this kick going to hang up short, fielded at about the 15-yard line, coming up the far side and stopped at about the 37 on the carry. Is going to be Bryce Hampton on the return. So a couple of more snaps, maybe one snap, and this thing will come to an end here in Orlando. I want to remind you, Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day. Taste of Louisiana. Walk-On's family and friends bundles are also available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree, and then feed a group of 4. You can order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Coach Kelly again going to up his overall bowl record with the win here today. 8-6 all time, and go 1-0 as head coach of the Fighting Tigers of LSU. Purdue keeps it on the ground, right up the middle on the carry up near the 44-yard line. First carry of the ball game for Ryan Brandt, I believe. Actually, that was Kentrell Marks, freshman out of Cleveland, Ohio. And Purdue ready to throw in the towel. Final 10 seconds going to roll off the clock here in Orlando. LSU comes off the sideline. Fired up bunch of Tigers here with a dominant performance. Horn sounds. This one's in the books. Tigers win. Tigers win. Big time. 63-7 the final here in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl from Orlando. The Tigers wrap up and put a cap on the 2022 season. They pick up their 10th win of the year. Finish up at 10-4. And they will celebrate a Citrus Bowl victory for Purdue. They will head back, take in their new head coach, Ryan Walters, will be on the job, already on the job. They finish up this year 8-6, also had a 6-3 Big Ten record. But it's all LSU today here in Orlando. 63-7 is the final score. Coming up, it's the Fighting Tiger post-game report. Stay with us on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is Richard Zusch